Hello, hello. Is someone there? I am here. Hello. 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 Never mind, just testing.
Mm. Exactly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Visit Arctic Europe 2 networking event number 3. Finally, we are here. Tarja from Stadshotell counted that we have postponed this event 6 times. But this is the time what we all has lived through. But it's happy to see that you are here. And additionally, there is about 30 people also online. So welcome, all behind the screens. I'm so grateful, and there is reason to thank so many people that this event take place, but I will do that later. Now we start to go through the program, and what is better start than Susanne Wallin from Stadshotell welcoming us to Haparanda. Once more, welcome, enjoy, we have great program to go through.
Thank you very much. And finally, all of us are here. And it feels really, really, well, you know the feeling that now we can start to meet each other in one way and in another. Visit Arctic Europe has been actually my dream since 20 years back. I'm going to talk about both dreams and nightmares. But in the past, when we were working together here up north with the tourist industry, when we had fam trips, can you imagine the fam trips that were organized by Visit Sweden coming up here to really visit this fantastic destination? We were not allowed to show the added values on the other side of the border. And actually it was the same when we have fam trips coming up from Visit Finland. We have the same discussion again, that they were not allowed to pass the border in order to add the values from the Swedish side. Here we are sitting all together, more wise today with this tourist organization behind us. And that feels really, really great. And I'm also very, very happy to be back in the tourist industry again after a few years that I went for other jobs. To keep develop the cooperation between our countries is something really special. So I'm really happy that we are here all together. Warmly welcome to Haparanda, Torneus as one destination without any borders in the normal cases. We were having a fam trip here in November 2019 from UK. And I was so proud when I was standing there with one leg in Finland and the other leg in Sweden and said, this is the most friendly border all over the world. I should never have seen that, saying something like that. It was the worst thing that I did say during that time, but I didn't know better. As I said, we have been working on the international market for many years, and we were mainly having the Italian markets as the main market. We were full booked by Italians for Christmas and for New Year time, and we were really fat and happy with them. So we didn't need to attract other markets during that time. But what did happen when the Italian market went into the bank crisis? They have a huge economic crisis, and there we were without any other markets knocking on the door. I bought a hotel 4 years ago, and then I was talking to Tarja, my colleague. She is a very wise woman with this Finnish sisu. We did take a really wise decision that we need to attract more markets in order to avoid similar situation that we were having 20 years ago. So we start working very strategically in order to have many markets if some of the countries will be having this similar situation that Italian market had. But this time, even that didn't help us. 2019, we were so proud that we had 8 to 9 different nationalities celebrating the Christmas and New Year in our hotel to enjoy the different kind of activities that we were offering on the both sides of the borders. Actually, the gate to Lapland has sold so much that we had 8, 9 different nationalities. And I still remember the feeling. I was so proud of my team. And then in February, in the end of February, we were celebrating, we were drinking champagne You know why, Karin? We have sold out the coming new year already in the end of February. 2 weeks later, all of you know what did happen. I promised myself I will not start crying today. But 2 weeks later, we faced the fact that borders were closing. We were not allowed to meet each other. And all the bookings disappeared from one day to another. I mean, all the bookings were cancelled. And for us living on the border, I mean, we have the love of the both sides of the border. Tarja has the mother or the father on the other side of the town. You were not allowed to meet them in the beginning. And for us to be an entrepreneur that has sold this fantastic destination was half as sexy. But it didn't matter at all because nobody was traveling. And this was really painful. But the most painful of all, beyond the COVID, was actually the media. The media was pushing us all against each other, and we lost the faith in each other. And we all know that we can never take something for granted that we already know before COVID. But now we know it even more. But when we lost faith in each other and we have the media looking and pointing the finger against each other. I was calling Tarja once when she were in Finland for shopping. And she started talking Finnish to me. Well, I do understand Finnish and I can speak a little bit. Not today, maybe tonight. But she started to talk Finnish to me. And I said to her, why are you doing that? Well, I cannot say that I'm from Sweden during the situation that we were having because of the media. And that is not okay. But something that I really want to take for granted after these 2 days together, and I hope that you all agreed about that, is that we can take something for granted after these 2 days, that we will be closer to each other. Because within Arctic Europe, these cooperation between our countries is now more important than ever. And ever, I mean. To be a strong, sustainable, all year around destination. To keep on to develop our business. And in the past, we were also having these kind of different maps. And we were having a meeting. Where are you, David? There you are. Last week. And I still see that we are having the wrong map. You are having a good map within Visit Arctic Europe, but we need to start using that, all of us, in order to really sell the destination and to keep develop ourselves, to be better business partners. But during the COVID, of course, it has been terrible. Lots of tears has been falling, lots of nights without any sleeps. But we have also found different way of working together. And I want to share some of them together with you. My name is Susanne. I have been the new owner of Haparanda Stadshotell since 4 years. But I'm a dreamer. So when I was 16 years old, I had a dream. There again, not about the Visit Arctic Europe that time, but I had a dream when I was passing this beautiful hotel. What if I could work in a place like that? Or what if I could own a place like that? That will be actually my biggest dream ever. So I started to work there when I was 16 and was running with the potatoes and taking care of these terrible ladies that were so lazy, and the waitresses in the hotel. And I was working as a bartender when I was 17 years old. I don't know how that could even be possible. But after 16 years, I left the hotel and I was crying when I went out to the door. What on earth have I now decided to do? And my son was really upset about my decision because the hotel was also a home for him. And some of you have met him, and he said to me, Mom, next time when you're going to take so big a decision, please ask me before. So now I'm running the hotel together with him, and he started to work in the hotel when he was 15. Where should I do the magic thing? This was not my fault, no. I'm not so much into this digitalization world, so I thought it was my fault, but it wasn't. Heart of Lapland and Swedish Lapland is a really fantastic map. You see it right here? We have lots of beautiful things to offer, right? But where are the others? Where is Norway? And where is Finland? They are there somewhere on the other sides of the border. I love this picture even more, because here we are showing actually the these fantastic possibilities in offering different flights. Now these times that we are facing that SAS are cancelling the routes from London to Luleå. They are cancelling and have less flights from Stockholm up to Luleå. Well, then we have Finnair flying up to Oulu, to Kemi and Rovaniemi. So we really need to look about the bigger picture in order to get people coming up here to our lovely destination with more flights that we can offer and that we did before. In the past, we had this lovely lady, Bosse, you maybe remember her, from Cees in Italy. Do you remember her? Evi Volpato. And we were pushing her into fly in by SAS and back by Finnair. But it was not even possible in her mind. But when we were organizing FamTrip in the past, we were doing the program without writing down that actually the activities was on the both sides of the borders in order to get the FamTrips. Every tour operator were really, really happy about it, except Evi Volpato. But after a couple of years, when she saw that the rates of the flights were getting higher and higher because of the more tourists that were coming up to us, she was more than happy. So I think we need to use this bigger picture in order to sell our destination even more. Somebody do agree? The passion of the border. This is our DNA, to stand with one leg in each country, not only for celebrating the New Year twice, the Due Capodanno, is also how we can improve in order to strengthen each other and get the faith back in order to develop the cooperation even more. We have been working together with Kukkolaforsen, Philipsborg, and 2 other companies in Kalix. Just before COVID, we did start to do this, but even during these terrible 2 years, we have been finding different ways in order to get each other more closely to each other and doing more packages together. But we are not far from finish, or are we, Johanna? But we are more closer than we were before. So something has become better. When we started to do this digital workshop, it was also fantastic for us to see how we could sell the destination together. And now we also have this destination as one destination in 2 countries with Nora. But that is not enough. And I will tell more about that. Back to the hotel. Welcome to Haparanda Stadshotell as well. I saw some of you last night. And the hotel that I was dreaming about when I was 16 years old is actually the oldest hotel in the whole Lapland, meaning both in Swedish and Finnish Lapland. We have this 120 years anniversary last year, the 5th of December, without any guests, so that felt very awkward. But in the past, you were not welcome to the hotel if you were not properly dressed. So you could rent a hat or you could rent a suit in order to be welcomed into the hotel. This hotel was built as a city hall in a combination of a hotel with 18 rooms. And in the beginning of the First World War time, lots of profiteers, spies, agents, and royalties were staying in the hotel. During that time, Haparanda did only have 300 inhabitants, and Finland was belonging to Russia. So lots of Russian champagne and caviar have, of course, been served in the hotel. I'm really happy to say now these days, all of you are welcome as you are. But you were eating in the restaurant yesterday, and the nickname of the restaurant is KGB. And actually the long name is Café Gulaschbaronen. And David, you have heard me talking about the story before, so please tell me, what is the Gulaschbaron? What is a Gulaschbaron? It's not the soup, the traditional food from other countries, Hungary, but... The Gulaschbaron was actually the trade people coming from the south part of Europe, coming from the south part of Sweden, having the benefit in order to earn so much money and having the office in the pocket. They were smuggling the product over the border, both needed things as medicine, coffee, and so on, but also luxury things. And they were all earning lots of millions. That's because you see this lady behind the sofa is from the film, actually. The millions are rolling. So it was a film made in the beginning of the 20s with the famous actors from that time, both from Russia and from the Swedish side. And if you have seen the marketing film that we have done, you see some of the small seconds are from that film. You know, the Charlie Chaplin movie that everything is going too fast with this hysterical piano music. And there you could see actually the smugglers that were here, the profiteers. And instead of calling themselves as trade people, because it was not fancy enough, they were calling themselves Gulaschbarons. So that's because you can find the different hats in the hotel in different parts. So what we have been trying to do now these 4 years is actually to get the feeling back, to get the atmosphere back and the DNA back in the hotel again, that we can tell the stories with the things instead of always like this, by me. We had lots of interest people here, even though it was COVID. So this was from Vagabondo, Sweden. And this is not a drawing, it's actually a photo. Isn't it beautiful? And the hotel has been elected to be one of the most beautiful buildings in the northern part of Sweden, up from Sundsvall and actually the half of Sweden, up to the top of Sweden. So that we are proud of course. The Northern Light, yes, we do have that, and we are selling that to all our customers. And we had this lovely fam trip 2 days ago, via Hansa Borealis, and I promised them Northern Lights at 10 o'clock sharp. We went down to the river to see Finland. We went to the Victoria Square, when we can stand with one leg in each country. And 1 minute past 10, Marcella will start to scream, "There it is!" And we have the Aurora for them. So we have been really working hard with that one. But when I'm talking with my guests coming from these all different nationalities, I always want to be sure that they're really satisfied about the staying in the hotel, and especially in the destination. What was the best thing that we have been offering for them? And they are saying a lot of really good things. But many of them are saying the things that you have done in the trees. And what of earth have I done in the trees? I was really confused. So I needed to go out. And then I did understand it was the crystals in the trees. So even though I have been working with the tourist industry for about 25 years, I'm also home blind in seeing the things that our tourists feel that are more exotic than ever. Also the coldness, really to feel how it feels to freeze instead of having this hot climate as many of them are having. Welcome inside to the hotel. You that cannot be here together with us today need to come back and really enjoy the atmosphere in another way. Live, of course. Here you can see some of the things that we have done with the old photos. It's really good for us to have when we are talking about the history of the hotel. This is some of the team in the kitchen that we are working very strongly with the local producer and with sustainability in order to serve the right dishes. And I hope that all of you were happy with the things that you were eating yesterday. And if you are don't, please tell me. I need to hear that as well. Here are some of the dishes. I don't think that you're hungry yet. You just had breakfast. And the Italian market is still very strong for us, and we have lots of articles made, even though it has been hard times. So I really hope that we will have more tourists coming up now than ever. Here are some of the rooms that we have been renovated. This is my favorite. And here is another one. This is Standard Superior. And we want to offer different kind of dining experience during the stay. And this is the goulash baron that we were talking about earlier, where you were enjoying the evening yesterday. The ballroom feels like a fairy tale when I'm talking about this evening, because this was on the New Year's Eve 2019, when we were having these 9 different nationalities, 160 guests sitting up there, you can imagine, without any distance at all to each other. It was a really lovely evening. And at 10 o'clock sharp, we need to be ready, because then they are going for the huge party on the border. And to enjoy the atmosphere is really important for us to do that. And some of you haven't seen the cellar, that we have the game cellar. So when you're having the lunch, it will be open and we can show you around there as well. It has been the old heating room in the past. But it's not all about the details. It's all about how we are cooperating with the companies around us. We are offering both icebreakers, so I will say 50% is using Sampo and 50% of our customers is using Polar Explorer. They are really important for us, both of them, so we don't see that they are competitioners. We see them very, very good in combination of each other. All these activities that we are offering is mainly by Finnish entrepreneurs, and we are really happy about that, because why do we need to have double activity companies on each side of the border when we are already having existing companies that are really, really good in order to take care about the quality and the best experience ever. And of course, to enjoy the hot tub and kukkola with the sauna academy and so on is always included in our program. And it's all about actually how we are cooperating with each other in order to give the best experience to our customers. So what I would like to say, actually, welcome to the borderless region of Haparanda, Torneus, and within Arctic Europe. We need to be more closer to each other more than ever is actually my main message to you all. So I'm really looking forward to having good discussions during the coffee breaks, good discussion during the lunchtime, and especially during the evening now when we're going to go to Kukkolaforsen. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanne. Thank you so much. When I have heard this story before about your history connected to the Stadshotell, but always it's so touching. I hear the passion, I hear the love, and storytelling. We all know how important it is. Beside the nice, beautiful facility you have created. Congratulations and thank you for your speech. Here is a little gift.
Thank you very much. And we are not allowed to hug each other, but we do like this.
Yes, let's do like that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Susanne. Okay, the theme of this networking event is post-COVID trends and future. But I want to, in my presentation, keep you still a little bit. This is the mix about the future and what has done in Visit Arctic Europe. As we have not seen such a long time, I want to update what has happened during these past 18 months and what will happen during the rest of the project. Before I go for this, I want to introduce our current team members. Cecilia Petsal from Swedish Lapland unfortunately couldn't come today, but she's following us online. Northern Norway Tourist Board project manager John Steve Lindlöcken couldn't come because of the sick leave, but I hope that he's also following us online. But we have here Finnish Lapland project manager Nina Forsell. and project coordinator Maikku Raittimo. And I wish that we all give the big hand for Maikku, who has made enormous work to make this event happen. And Tarja from Stadshotell, where are you? My biggest gratitude to you also that you have helped us, and so many other peoples who has been involved. But then this project is run by team in implementation level. But then we have task forces who has made decision and facilitate different headlines in the project. We have had image marketing task force, and I know that Håkan Stenlund is here, there, and from Norway there has been John Steve also in this work, and Johanna Ögren from Swedish Lapland. And then we have had tactical marketing task force, which is actually the team who has run all that work. But in competence development, we have had a team where is Riku, Richard Westerberg. Are you here? Okay, not yet, but hopefully he will come also. And then Hilde Björkli from Northern Norway. And in accessibility, again, it has been consisted of team members of that task force. Okay, but let's go now. I will explain you shortly what has been done and what will happen in coming years still. As you remember, this is the structure of the project, and now you see the new date here. We have a time until end of the September 22 to implement all activities, and this was very important decision we got from our funders that we can prolong. Now we have peaceful time to implement everything which is planned. Image marketing, and this is the only headline which is done now completely. There is coming still little, we do the outcome video that we can show to you guys and financiers what has been done. But here are the activities we have done. And I want to remind you that go and see thisisarctic.com. There is the toolkit full of materials for your use. There is images, there is videos, there is copywriter's text to describe why to come here in autumn time. Then, well, let's see one campaign we made, naming Aurora's PR campaign. And actually there is video for us to see. This takes about 2 minutes, which tells what was the content and structure of this campaign. Please.
COVID-19 hit the travel industry hard. COVID-19 hit the travel industry hard. The northern parts of Europe were hit especially hard, where most of the tourism depends on international travelers. How could we bring a destination to everyone's mind, even though all travel was cancelled, to bring a little bit of light into the darkness? The global pandemic may be here at the moment. We know building a brand takes longer than the lifetime of one pandemic. This is why we created Naming Auroras. Everyone knows the names of hurricanes that roam across continents, creating havoc and misery. But no one talks about geomagnetic storms that light up the northern skies, bringing joy to millions of locals and lucky visitors. We decided to change that by starting a global initiative to begin naming auroras. First, build a technological platform that collates data from a public weather prediction center. Every time the solar activity strengthens, it assigns a name from our pool of predetermined names. The name is published on the campaign website. A hashtag is created for each aurora. This informs people what name to tag the aurora they are posting about. Second, we hired professional aurora hunters to capture the first named auroras. They use their cameras on an Instagram live stream to invite the world to see how one hunts the aurora borealis. Third, we contacted journalists around the world to let them know that auroras are now being named and that everyone has the opportunity to submit their own suggestions via our website and have a chance to have an aurora named after a very special someone. For the first time, geomagnetic storms, the source of northern lights, are being named, and the world is taking notice. The future will show how many more travelers will find their way to Arctic Europe in the next open autumn season, but bookings to search for the northern lights are now being made earlier than ever.
Thank you, guys. So as you see that this was really successful, and in Task Force we facilitate our supplier Flatlight Creative House who has created and run these campaigns for us. And as you saw, the publicity was really great. More than 109 off and online articles in 32 countries. And if we would buy this media value, it would cost 4.8 million. And of course, we cannot tell how many euros service providers and this area will get from this campaign or this image marketing. But we all understand that it's easier to approach the people to sell them something if they know something about this area. They know reason why to come. They know reason to maybe this has attracted them so much that they will come to see the northern lights in autumn time. Here is all results until now what we have got from image marketing. We made 10 campaigns, and here you see the numbers of each measures we made, measurements. Okay, then we go to the tactical marketing. And here we have these very traditional tools or activities what we have run. And let's go first to this joint promotion. There is 28 tour operators in marketing cooperation, and we have contributed to this cooperation 1.5 million, and total contribution is 5 million. So tour operators has really saw this cooperation valuable, and there is samples like we have invested 50,000 and tour operators has invested, for example, 300,000. And before COVID, there was already some activities running, but then COVID came and almost everything or everything was on hold. Now the situation is so that already since July 21, some tour operators has made marketing activities and sales in this cooperation. Some of them already succeed in autumn 21, but most of these tour operators, they focus now on this coming winter, and it's happy to see that many of them still to the summer 22 and autumn 22. Fam trips are here, and thank you for Nina and all involved peoples that when COVID hit, we just not sit on our butt, but we started to create what we can do in the situation. and with very good help and cooperation with Nordic marketing, Jan is here also, we created these digital fam trips. And can you see? Great number of participants. It's surprised us a little bit that they were so successful. In first round, we had to make actually, there were 6 fam trips, but we had to run them 3 times, that all tour operators got the seats from the activity. In next winter and spring, as well as in June, we will do still fam trips, physical ones, and pre and post tours. And also during the COVID, we made this digital sales workshop, and there was also nice numbers of buyers taking part. And recognize that still in middle of next June, there is Alta sales workshop. I hope that you all has that already in calendar. Cloris, here you are. Then let's go to the external accessibility. Here are the cases we have now on our table. And there was more, but because of the COVID, some of them was cancelled. And last very miserable news is that this Stansted Luleå, or it was actually, was it Heathrow? Heathrow Luleå was cancelled, at least in this time. Hopefully they will come back later. Today we will hear also Heiko Brix from Eurowings, who tells about their operation in region. Then in internal accessibility, Arctic route is there, and Trond Arne will tell about that, and hopefully also mention about these others, Kirkenes, Luleå, Kittilä, Narvik route. Let's put pressure to Trond Arne that he will open those routes again also. And there is still possibilities for this internal flight, Tromsø-Rovaniemi. We have a committed tour operator who would fill the planes halfly with own clients, and then he would sell to the individuals and to the other tour operators the rest of the seat. And plan is that it would be a twice a week flight, and in the first phase it would run from December to March. We know now that December will not be there this year. Hopefully it will happen. And in competence development, as you all are aware, we went digital also here. We couldn't arrange the physical workshops, so we organized different webinars in digitalization, sustainability, and which I liked very much was also this roundtable discussion. And I felt at least that there was good discussions and some kind of in certain way there was also therapy for all of us, that we heard how we are doing in middle of crisis. But Alexia, for example, was taking part. How you feel about those? Let's discuss later. And then, of course, in middle of the crisis, we heard from our 3 musketeers, Jan, Cees, and Clive, and as we hear also today, that what was the situation in that point in market areas. And now networking events. This, as I said, this is VAE II third event, and still, please again mark to your calendars that 25th of August 22 we have the final seminar. We don't have we don't know yet if it's in Rovaniemi, Olos, or Levi, or where it's going to be. But date we have there already. Okay. Here we are at the moment. Do you have now any questions or comments about what you saw now? No, anything? We are preparing those winter and spring FAMs in this very moment. And Nina, Cecilia and Köril are preparing those. And we will launch them. Nina, help me, in beginning of the January, or yes, in beginning of the January. And they're going to be 6, and then additionally the pre and post tours around the Alta sales workshop. Okay. No questions. Thank you. Then I will change my role again as a moderator. Thank you, Rane, for this presentation. Let's go forward. As I said, our focus is in post-COVID trends and the future. Next, we will hear about future trends of tourism and how lucky we are. We have got Signe Jungersted from Copenhagen speaking us online. And Signe is CEO and partner in innovation and strategic agency group Now. Signe is formerly development director with wonderful Copenhagen. Nowadays, she speaks all over the world on the future of tourism and the opportunities and challenges we face as an industry, as a destination, and as a citizens and the travelers. As I said, how lucky we are. She is today with us here. Welcome, Signe, to Visit Arctic Europe networking event. Can you hear us? Hey, Signe, can you hear us?
Hey. Yes, I hear you.
So nice to see you here in Haparanda.
Oh, very nice to kind of be there.
Yeah. So you will tell us about the future trends in tourism.
Yes.
We truly looking forward. Stage is yours, Signe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and hello everyone. I hope you've had a great morning so far. I'm very excited to be there and be here, at least virtually. Hopefully some other time I'll get a chance to actually be there in real life person. So I have about 45 minutes, including questions, and please do feel free to ask questions. I'll go through my presentation, and then we'll have a couple of minutes at least in the end to dive in where you want to dive in. But I'll start off by sharing my slides, and hopefully just let me know if you can't see them, but otherwise I'm assuming you can. So as you just heard, I'll be talking about future trends in tourism and travel. And I'll sort of be going through what I call exhibits of a new era, whether that be an era of change or a change of era, because these are truly changeable times that we're in the middle of. And so we'll be exploring a little bit what that means to the industry that we work in, to tourism and travel. So first off, giving speeches, giving keynotes, talking about trends even in this time of pandemic crisis and change is somewhat challenging. And so in the beginning, and actually quite a long time throughout the crisis, I would sort of show this sort of outline of what happens in this sort of crisis era. So from a moment of shock to a sort of quite well-defined middle moment of crisis to onto whatever next normal looks like. But I think now many of us are increasingly realizing that probably it looks a little bit more like this. So it feels like this ongoing 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, sometimes 1 step back moment of utter chaos in many ways. And of course, I'm sure all of you have also heard this term that we live in these VUCA times. They are volatile, they're uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And in many ways, I think this next normal, this new normal that we keep talking about is really that. Maybe it's chaos, and maybe that's what we need to start thinking about, how to make decisions in uncertainty, and even how to thrive in uncertainty. So this is kind of the backdrop of a lot of the trends that I'll be talking about today and how we discuss them. Because there's no doubt, of course, that a lot has happened, a lot has changed. We've been home alone in our local communities, tourism completely absent. We've also seen some pretty strong reactions against those actually coming to visit, especially early on in the pandemic crisis, for fear of visitors, of tourists spreading the pandemic. But then we've also seen sort of a rise in stronger local community bonds and the awareness really that without tourism, our consumption, our local consumption actually matters in terms of coming out of the crisis with our local businesses intact. And then, of course, safety has become a completely new focus. We're getting used to, now that we can travel again, we're getting used to sort of orienting ourselves towards new maps of the world, restrictions of where we can go and where we can't go. And of course, we're seeing new services, new traveler preferences. We're seeing new filters on booking platforms in terms of COVID and safety precautions, but also other precautions like economic precautions, flexibility, that we can cancel our bookings for free, and so on and so on. So many new things have happened sort of in the immediate term. But what does this all mean in terms of the future, in terms of future trends? So that's really what I'll be talking about today. And a lot of the trends that I'm going to be talking about are really trends that we saw happening even before the pandemic, but that has been accelerated by it. And so that's also why, in many ways, it makes sense to talk about them as something that will probably also be part of defining our future in the coming years. So I'll be talking about them in sort of these 4 overall topics: urban escapism, that's where we start, then refocusing on what matters, tourism and work, and finally we'll talk about chaos, climate, and the collective. So, of course, throughout this pandemic, we've seen a boom in sort of what we call outdoor travel. And even before the pandemic, we saw something happening around this. Skift, the American think tank in tourism and travel, announced 2019 as where under tourism was the new over tourism. So basically the fact that people are seeking out and away from the more crowded destinations, from the more crowded attractions, to a different kind of experience, you could say. And so, of course, now with the pandemic, and we got used to social distancing, we got used to sort of needing to keep away from the crowds. And as we saw in Norway, they also tapped into that with their quite brilliant campaign around Welcome to Space, where space is not a privilege, it's geography, I think was the tagline of it. So really sort of that escaping the crowds, escaping the cities, going towards more outdoor, off the beaten track experiences, as we can also see in a lot of the numbers coming out from surveys. What you see here is from booking.com, but if you look at some of the other surveys, for example, from American Express, you have 80% of travelers saying that they are willing to travel off-season to avoid crowded destinations, and 69 say they're willing to travel to lesser-known destinations. So we're really sort of seeing this reversal in how we orient ourselves and where we want to travel, but also, of course, what we want to do. So there is a boom in outdoor activities like hiking, just being in nature, connecting with nature in new ways. And of course, probably many of you have also seen this, experienced this sort of increase in visitors to national parks, to other natural landscapes and natural attractions. This research I thought was interesting from Norwegian Institute for Nature Research, which shows that there are new hiking patterns in Norway with bigger groups hiking together, a lot of them newbies, they're first-time hikers, and they sort of stay within the trails. And we've also seen in a lot of destinations that these sort of newbie outdoor tourists, they have they need a little bit of more guidance. They need to understand how do we actually, how are we safe in nature, and how do we respect and how are we responsible visitors while here. And I think that's an interesting twist as well that we see from a destination perspective, that it's not just customer is king anymore. It's not just that whatever the visitor wants, that's what we give them. We're actually in a phase now where we can both teach and educate, but we can also set demands and show our visitors what is really the right way of being here. I love this example from Jackson Hole in the US, who has a campaign, and this was also pre-pandemic, to tag responsibly. So basically, when you take a photo to post on your Instagram, they're asking you not to include a location tag because that will increase the crowds to that specific spot. So, you know, we are really in a phase now where we can demand a different way of behavior in nature. Following also that boom, you saw it also during the pandemic from New Zealand, who came out with a viral campaign, I think it went, please don't travel under social influence, and really sort of saying, stop being guided by the mass behavior of social media, but rather find your own way to more authentic and real experiences. Now, this is not just about sort of the excursion or the one-day trip into nature. It's actually also something that we can see in the overnight stays. So these numbers are from Airbnb. And this was also a trend that Airbnb claims to have seen before the pandemic. Rural travel has grown for the past 5 years. In 2015, it was less than 10% of nights booked, whereas in 2021, so far, it's been 22%. And we can also see this in sort of an increased demand that, of course, needs to be met by capacity. And so the Association of Rural Mayors in France has agreed with Airbnb to list 15,000 homes in the French countryside by the end of this year. So there's something happening here. And what's interesting about this sort of new segment going to a more non-urban, you could say, experience, and non-urban travel is that they're not necessarily the outdoor tourists as we knew them before the pandemic. You could say they are newbies, they're first-time hikers, but they're also somehow more of an urban escapist. So which means that they're bringing some of their preferences, their urban behaviors into their rural or their natural escapes. So they're, in a way, they've used this pandemic to also seek into a more introspective journey. It's back to some of the core values, but preferably a little bit comfortable. So for example, what we saw throughout the pandemic was that sourdough baking suddenly was trending, knitting, gardening, and all these things. So we've sort of had a period of introspection, going back to some of the things that really matters to us, but we still also want to be comfortable in the same way that we would be in an urban setting. For one, unique stays are trending on Airbnb. But also it's slowing down. So it's that comfortable stay, but it's also a stay where we can slow down, where we have a simple experience, we relax. And some of the major platforms and the data providers, they've coined it relaxury, which is really just a way of saying it's not about the all-in luxury, but it's about being comfortable and having that time and presence that we've perhaps missed before the pandemic. And so that leads us to our next focus, which is really this new sort of refocusing on what matters. We've had a pause in our busy lives in many ways, a pause to reflect on what we want out of life. So Hilton, the big hotel chain, did a survey in the UK where 72% of people in the UK say that the pandemic has made them rethink what is most important to them. And as you can see here also from Airbnb and their survey among 10,000 travelers in 5 countries, they've asked, what is most important to you when planning your trip this year? And is it who you're with and what you do, or is it where I am and what I see? And what you can see is that across these 4 countries, it's actually who I'm with and what we do. So from an era of, or from a period of social distancing, we're now looking to sort of catch up, to reconnect with those that matter the most. We can distance ourselves from everyone in the crowds that don't really matter to us, but we want to reconnect with our friends and with our families coming out of the pandemic, which has also given rise to, of course, trend predictions around the Friendcation 2022 and so on. But we can also see it already from the data. So for example, historically, the most common type of summer travel on Airbnb has been 1 or 2 people traveling to a bigger city, whereas in the summer of 2021, it was actually a family traveling out of the bigger city to smaller destinations. And if, according to Airbnb as well in their surveys, there are actually more travelers that identify as family focused than any other kind of traveler type. And then again, it's actually not just, well, you could say it's our family, but we have now, oh yeah, sorry, we see that also in products being offered now with Hilton, for example, here, who've made it much easier to book connecting rooms. And you also see both on Airbnb and on other cabin and cottage platforms that there is a boom in demand and bookings for larger cabins, because we're traveling in larger multi-generational or friend groups as part of sort of that reconnection. And then we have an addition to the family now, which is pets. So actually 3.2 million in the UK, 3.2 million households acquired a pet during the pandemic. And just in Denmark, where I'm based, I'm sitting now in Copenhagen. In Denmark, the largest organization of dog owners claims that they've seen a 4-time increase in demand for dogs in that case. And actually, according to Hilton, pet friendly is their third most used filter on their platforms. And so this is, of course, more of a fun fact, but it's also just interesting to see that how we're coming out of the pandemic, some of the choices, some of sort of the reconnections or the losses or misses that we've had are now influencing how we will also be demanding travel in the future. Now, this is not just a personal matter. We've also had a chance to think about our own impact and our own footprint on the destinations that we visit. So we also want tourism that matters. According to Booking.com and their Future of Travel research, where they survey, I think it's around 30,000 global travelers, 58% say that it's important to them that their travel benefits local community. And 55% say that they want to know how their consumption supports local businesses and communities. So there's an increased, you could say, desire really to make sure that you're not just sort of hit and run visitor, but that your visit actually positively impacts the place of your visit. And you have some providers who are sort of tapping into that. For example, G Adventures, who invented the Ripple score, which is basically a number that shows you how big a percentage of your consumption, of your travel consumption stays within the local community, which you can see across all their products. But we can also see it in how destinations are offering different experiences. So this example, of course, from Visit Faroe Islands with their Wallin tourism campaign, closing for maintenance, was something we saw also pre-pandemic. But actually now more and more destinations are sort of tapping into that idea of visitors volunteering and contributing positively to local community. Most recently, I saw this program from Hawaii, Malama, which I think means take care of or something like that, or give back to, which is a volunteerism program across Hawaii. They have about 100 local partners in the program. 70, I think, of them are hotels. And basically what it is that as a visitor and you're staying in a hotel, if you spend a day, if you invest a day in a designated volunteering activity, you get an overnight for free, or you get something else, an exclusive experience of some sort. So it's really sort of making it quite easy to contribute positively to where you're staying, but also making that part of the experience and, of course, the partnerships of the destination. And volunteerism can have many shapes and forms. And one of my favorite examples is actually from Scotland, where in the small town of Wigtown, they have about 1,000 people who live there. And in that town, they have 1,000 people who live there, and then 10 bookshops, which is quite a lot of bookshops per people. And so in one of those bookshops called the Open Book, there's actually a sort of a flat that you can book on Airbnb where you can stay as a visitor. And while you're staying there, you can also run the bookshop that is on the ground floor. And this is just an interesting way because it's a contribution, you could say. It's volunteerism in essence. But it also means that there's a place where locals go to see who's running the bookshop this week and what are they providing to local community. They can run events. They can just stand there and sell books in whichever way they want, but they become a temporary part of local community. And so this, I think, is quite an interesting sort of development of how we want to give back to local communities and our awareness of doing that when we travel, which comes out of course, also the awareness we've had in the absence of tourism and the importance of our local consumption and supporting local businesses and so on. And so I like the example of Wigtown, which is also pre-pandemic, also because it's not just a good idea, it's also an idea that sort of attaches itself very closely to the identity and the pride and the values of that place, where books are really important. They see themselves as the book town of Scotland. They have book festivals and so on. And I think that sort of whole reconnecting with our values, this introspective period that we've been through, we also see that on a destination level. And I love this example from Helsinki, who called on all residents to tell their story of Helsinki freedom. And they actually use that to create a campaign around freedom as a shared value, as something that you do in Helsinki in the way of Helsinki. So freedom defined through the words and through the mindsets of local people in Helsinki, including expats and so on. And what I loved about this campaign is that it makes you want to go to Helsinki without actually showing the attractions, but showing what you can become part of when you go there. And we also see this in this whole idea of empowering values and community through tourism and through how we work with tourism and who we work with in tourism, really coming out of some of the shifts that are happening in North America, for example, coming out of sort of the movement around Black Lives Matter, where in New York, they are running a campaign that is celebrating the range of sort of subcultures and affinity groups within New York's Black community with the freedom to be, in this case, Black cowboys in New York. So it's integrated into marketing, because in the essence, or in the end, as working within tourism, we're selling places where people live. And so through this marketing, they're also representing that community in new ways. And then, of course, it's also who you work with. So this example from Visit Fort Worth is really how they are showcasing Black-owned businesses in Fort Worth, how they're showcasing and building and empowering different businesses, also within different minorities of their society throughout their work as a destination. And then finally, I think this whole idea of sort of going back to what really matters is also a reflection of what we are as a place and our people. It's less thinking about ourselves as a destination and something that has to adapt to our visitors. It's less about sort of the flashy sunshine and rainbow moments, but really sort of what is the authentic experience? What is the authenticity of our place and the people who live there? And so Trena, who I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, the island in Norway, I was lucky enough to see a presentation by Moa from there just a few weeks ago on Faroe Islands, and she was presenting this case of their festival, Ta Trena med storm, so take Trena with a storm, which is really sort of a festival off-season, but they no longer talk about it as off-season, they talk about it as rough season. And so by reframing the season, they're also saying, this is part of the experience of Trena. It's not just a summer experience when the weather is nice. Come up here and be part of what it really means to live in this community and to be in nature the way that we are here. And in a similar way, you could say Gothenburg has launched their strategy to become the best city in the world when it rains, which is also because in Gothenburg, it rains quite a lot. So it's part of what they are, is part of their place. And so tourists as visitors shouldn't just see that rainbow marketing version of it. They should have the real version in connection with who they actually are. Now, going on to our next topic, which is really around tourism and work. And so we'll start off with the serious topic of business tourism, because of course it's a big question. Will business travel return as we knew it before? And a fact of the matter is it's probably going to be the latest or the last segment to recover from this pandemic crisis, at least when we talk about international business travel. And probably also it will never return in quite the same way as it was before. Bloomberg, American media, did a survey among 45 large companies across the world, US, Europe, and Asia. And of those, 84% say that they are planning to spend less on travel post-pandemic in general. We can also see this from all the big consultancies. McKinsey estimates also likely recovery of business travel at 80% of pre-pandemic levels by 2024. So this is really sort of a segment that will probably see the slowest recovery from. And this is also quite important, not just if you're making a living off business travel, but also because business travelers are a key part of how we connect our world. So business travelers, the premium travelers, as they often are, they may account for only about 12% of the seats on our flights. But in some cases, they actually account for up to 75% of revenue on some of these flights, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers. So it's a pretty important segment to keep the world connected with routes as we knew it before. And so we are probably looking at a world in many ways less connected, or at least regionally connected, but not perhaps in the same way globally connected. But now we're connecting in new ways, like I'm here speaking to you. And so we also see new alliances, new ways of meeting coming out of that. And this is an example of a new alliance, the Hybrid City Alliance, which is basically that cities go together or destinations go together in sort of regional conglomerates or regional groups, and then they bid together for global conventions where you meet in Edmonton and somewhere in Europe for the same conference, and then you log in virtually to the same hybrid or same virtual conference. And then that really means that we're also reshuffling a little bit that what used to be sort of conventions that only the larger destinations could go for, now by linking together in these hybrid city alliances, smaller destinations can also go for really large conventions and events. But of course, this is also sort of reflective of a new way of working and living that is also influencing how we travel, because as we are connecting like this, we've also realized that we can actually work from anywhere. We don't necessarily have to sit in the office from 8 to 4 every day. And so this has given rise to a lot of buzz around the workcation, the fact that we can stay longer in a place, tapping into work, going online, but then also enjoying a new place and a new destination while sort of still working. And again, an example from Trainer, which was also pre-pandemic, very ahead of its time. They have these residencies, try an island, whether you're a chef, an artist, a family, or even a bureaucrat. You can come there and stay there and get an idea of what is the community and what is the island life, whether temporarily or permanently so. And this is sort of also, you know, what we're building on now with this buzz around workation. But some of the new data coming out, especially from Booking.com, their travel predictions for 2022 is that we've also been in a time period of immense pressure. So a lot of people have felt pressure from work, sort of the fluid boundaries of working from home and also, you know, having leisure time and family time from home and everything just blending together. And so now we really want to reestablish that healthy work-life balance. And 75% say that that means vacation time should be work-free in the future. So there are a little bit of sort of contradictory trends, you could say, in that. Now, another important and very decisive trend that we see within sort of the world of work is around this Great Resignation. So this is something that especially right now is seen in the US, in America, but also starting to be seen across a lot of Europe. And so the Great Resignation is really this surge in quitters, in people who are voluntarily quitting their jobs. And so in the US, they had a record number of people who quit their jobs in April. I think it was it 4 million people? And then in August, actually, that record was then beat by another record of 4.3 million people quitting their jobs in August. And what's interesting also to the industry that we're working with is that in August alone in North America or in the US, 7% of employees in accommodation and food left their job. So that's actually 1 in 14 hotel clerk or restaurant server or dishwasher who left their job in August alone. And so we're seeing this workforce crisis globally and across all kinds of industries, but we're also seeing a workforce crisis specifically within tourism. I should mention this as well. This is not just US data. This is from Microsoft Work Trend Index 2021, which basically shows, you know, that 41% of the global workforce are considering resigning their jobs and 54% of the Gen Zs. And so we're seeing this also within our industry. And that means some destinations are really now actively tapping into that convergence of workcation and residency that we've seen from Trainer. This is a campaign from Whistler in North America, Work, Live and Play, which is really sort of converging a place as both where you can have fun as a leisure, as a visitor, but you can also work here, you can live here. There's a community life that you can tap into permanently or temporarily so. So these are all very, very important trends in moving forward and how we work with tourism, not just how we travel, but also as tourism professionals. Now, final topic of our tour here of future trends is around climate chaos and the collective responsibility and community around these issues. So as coming out of the pandemic, what we do see is a new awareness around safety, but also not just safety for hygiene, for health issues, but also safety in terms of climate and environment. The Safe Cities Index came out a few months ago, 2021, and as a sort of a first time ever, it included environmental factors as part of that safety parameters that they're looking at. And Wellington, New Zealand actually came out top of the environmental component of the Safe City Index, which made me think of another research that I read recently, which is that New Zealand is actually rated best place to survive global societal collapse. And so I think this is interesting, but you could also say, why are you talking about this in a tourism context? But I'm talking about it because pre-pandemic, we used to talk about the happiest place to live, or the most beautiful destination to visit, or all these very nice things. And now we're talking about where best to survive global apocalypse. And so this follows, of course, yet another summer of a record number of wildfires, of mudslides, of droughts, and so on, and floodings across most of Europe. And so we're seeing these very intense, very quite horrific environmental disasters that are impacting how we also see destinations and how we see places as appealing to visit and, of course, also to live. So from a tourism perspective, this is going to have an increasing impact on how we perceive our destinations. And we see this also in the mindset and the awareness of our travelers. So this, again, according to Booking.com Sustainable Travel Report, 61% of global travelers say the pandemic has made them want to travel more sustainably. So there is an increased awareness. And if you look at other surveys, these numbers are typically actually a little bit higher. 72% think that travel companies should offer more sustainable choices, and 41% say that they don't know where to find it. And so these numbers are, of course, always a little bit, because people say a lot and they say they want to be more sustainable, but then, of course, the question is do they actually act upon it? But I think this number is quite interesting. 53% get annoyed if somewhere they're staying stops them from being sustainable. And this is a new number, which I think is worth noting, because before perhaps you would get extra points, you would get sort of benefits from being sustainable, it would be positively noted. Whereas now it is negatively noted if it's absent, if there is no sustainable offering or services in the accommodation where a traveler stays. And so Booking.com actually has already reacted to this with a new program which they call Travel Sustainable. It's a badge that you can use across any kind of accommodation, which is kind of a new thing. So even a tree house, as long as you live up to a quite transparent set of different parameters. And it should also then make it easier, which is Booking.com's reasoning, make it easier for travelers to recognize which places to stay that are more sustainable. And so this is sort of tapping into a new trend where we are seeing sustainability more as a service, as something we provide. So we've seen safety as a service throughout the pandemic, and now sustainability as a service, something that we as tourism providers, as service providers, should make easier for travelers to do while here. And this also taps into some of the travelers' main impact concerns. 29% say that they're concerned about their CO2 emissions when traveling. They're concerned about them being a threat to wildlife and nature, and them being a contributory factor to overcrowding of popular sites and destinations. And so more and more products are coming out that are sort of tapping into this trend, that are providing new offerings like this from Nelson Tasman with their zero carbon itinerary, which is just a new way of offering services that are different, and products that make it quite easy for visitors to make their conscious and more sustainable choice. And also in terms of transportation, which of course is one of the biggest headaches when we talk about sustainability in tourism and travel. This is actually from a trip I took myself a few months ago. I was traveling to Nantes. I was having trouble finding the right connection. And then via Air France, I actually came up with a pretty good connection, which later on I noticed that part of that travel was by train, but everything was booked. As a user, it was a very, very easy experience because everything was booked via Air France, via the same platform, but I did did change between flight and train throughout that trip. And so this actually follows a vote in the French Parliament in April 2021 to abolish domestic air routes that can also be made by train in less than 2.5 hours. And now we're seeing from the Spanish government something similar as well. And so there's an interesting trend going on there. And we also see it on some of the big booking platforms. This was the first one I saw it from, that's why it's in Danish, Momondo, where apart from choosing the cheapest and the best connection, which is typically the most time efficient, you can actually also choose the connection that has the least CO2 emissions, which at that point was something very new, but then later on Google Flights actually came out and provided the same service, which was launched, I guess, within a month, within the last month or so. So we're really sort of seeing a change in, you could say, providing sustainability as a service, making it really easy, quite transparent to users. What is the more sustainable choice? And then we, of course, also see it on a bigger strategic level. The new Norwegian travel strategy, big impact, small footprint, which came out from the Norwegian industry and facilitated by Innovation Norway and Visit Norway. And what's really sort of caught my attention in that strategy was also how they're viewing, you could say, sustainability as also part of how you segment your target group in the market. So the position of Norwegian tourism on international level should be based on target groups of high economic value and low carbon footprint. And so this is really one of the first destinations that I've seen taking this quite important choice and really building the tools to enable the industry to also understand and see what is the most interesting segment to us when we are both a business with a commercial need, but also a business as part of an ecosystem that the longer term sustainability of that business depends on. So basically it's visitor consumption in Norwegian kroner per kilo of CO2 emissions, which is part of calculating which segments are the most interesting to work with and to attract. Now, I think what's interesting about this is also that it's quite inspiring and it's shared in the strategy, and there is a calculator coming out. And so this is not just an individual business issue or an individual business challenge or even an individual destination challenge. This is a challenge we're all facing and that we all need to be working on. And we can see that in sort of a new mindset around open sharing, collective input, coming together and jointly figuring out what to do. And this example from Intrepid is just one of many, but Intrepid has offered a quick start guide to decarbonize your travel business, much like they've done. They tested what works, and so they're helping other businesses do the same. Throughout the COP26, we also saw from Glasgow, for example, Deutsche Bahn, the German railway, came out with a Glasgow commitment where they are encouraging businesses across Germany to tap into this idea of climate travel, so business travel by train, where Deutsche Bahn is then offering a discount for everyone who commits to doing so over the next year, and then hopefully, of course, nudging behavior in that direction. But then, of course, the big collective commitment that we also saw at the COP26 in Glasgow was the Glasgow Declaration for Tourism, moving towards net zero. And part of that declaration, with, I think they're up at 400 signatories to the declaration by now, is really to move away from carbon and material intensive ways of delivering visitor experiences, and then focusing on prioritizing community and ecosystem well-being, so tourism can be a leader in transforming to a low carbon future. I think this whole sort of mindset around an ecosystem, our ecosystem well-being, is what should define how we see the future of travel and tourism. And this is a new paradigm we were also talking about before the pandemic. It's about not asking what locals can do for tourism, but what tourism can do for locals, or for community, or for place and planet, and so on. Is really shifting the focus of how we talk about tourism. And we see that in a lot of the recovery strategies coming out as well. This one from Amsterdam, where they're going back to what are the values of our community, and then looking at what visitors then add value to that. The ones that share and that visit because of our unique values, and who adds value themselves to our place. And it's really about sort of empowering residents to empowering residents or having them be empowered by tourism, and tourism contributing to their local lives and their livelihoods. And so, of course, as part of that, and going back to our community values, as we also saw from Helsinki, saying it's all about the ecosystem well-being, that also means that the voices of tourism in planning, in developing, in executing, can't just be within the industry. It has to be more open. It has to be a community-based thing, because, as I said, when we work in tourism, we're inviting places, we're inviting people to places where people actually live. And so we need to engage them in that conversation around what tourism should look like in the future. And I think actually throughout this pandemic pause or this pandemic period, more and more destinations have actually taken up that opportunity to have a renewed conversation with their local communities, with their residents around the future of tourism. Now, here are two examples from France. One is from Badur, who's launched their Agora Tourisme for an open conversation around tourism, where they're sharing openly a lot of research they've done on tourism, but also inviting ideas and input and opinions from their local community. And then Atout France, the national tourism organization of France, launched a big national campaign with a question around ideas for how to make tourism more responsible in France post-pandemic. And it was an open call for ideas which could then be voted in and out and so on. And so now we have to see what they do with those ideas, but it was a very big and very interesting campaign. And I think what it shows is really a shift in not just sort of measuring if our local community likes tourism or not, but really saying it's not just if you like tourism, it's also what role does tourism play in your life. How does it contribute to your well-being? As we can see, for example, from Thomson Okanagan in Canada, where they've partnered up with Planet Happiness and where they are measuring resident well-being and how tourism contributes to that. So not necessarily how they feel about tourism, but how they feel in general and how tourism can be a positive factor to that. So there's a shift really, I think, in how we're seeing participation in tourism and in tourism planning, tourism development, from simply informing and consulting to moving towards more and more involvement, collaboration, and finally empowerment as part of that. And that's actually also why in Group Now, along with partners GDSM, Global Destination Sustainability Movement, Travel Foundation, and TCI Research, we've now, with 20 destinations on board, launched what we call Time for Democracy, which is really an exploration on how do we develop tourism much more democratically than we have before, and how do we empower our residents and local communities as part of that. And these are just some examples of what empowering could mean based on tourism tax and community funds. So in Barcelona, already 50% of tourism tax revenue is actually distributed by their tourism council, which is a representative council of both local residents, but also of industry in the city. They make recommendations to the city governments on how to invest those 50% of the tourism tax revenue. Amsterdam is looking at developing community funds that go back into investments in local neighborhoods, again funded by tax revenue. In Austin, Texas, 15% of the accommodation tax is actually redirected to the local music industry, which is of course core to their values, their identity, and their DNA. Balearic Islands has their sustainable tourism tax, which is also reinvested into their natural landscapes, preservation, education of tourism professionals. And in Hawaii, who's had quite a few issues around over-tourism throughout the pandemic, they're now considering what they call a visitor impact fee as part of the same. So just to summarize, and I know I speed talk, but I had a lot I wanted to say, and then we still have time for questions. But to summarize a little bit, I think we're shifting away from some travel as something we take for given to travel as more of a deliberation, something we do on purpose, and that's why we also want it to matter. We're shifting away from the buzz and the busy to time and presence as the real luxury of travel and also just of our lives. It's from customer-centric, customer is always king, to community is king, and focus on what contributes to what positively impacts community. It's a shift away from destinations looking to differentiate, shouting louder around their rainbows and sunshine, to connecting really with community, but also with the core values of place and people, and connecting then those with the visitors that come to experience it. It's shifting just from sentiment of tourism to really empowering local communities. It's shifting from input, what do you think of tourism, to outcome, how do we then build that community with tourism as an important means and tool. And then we're shifting from a world that was perhaps much more global to a world that is regional. But then again, really, I would say it's all about decarbonization, because in the end, that's the one agenda that tops them all, and that is our shared focus and collective commitment for the coming years. So with that, I want to say thank you for letting me speed talk. I kept time. I have my timer next to me. So we now have 5 minutes left for questions if you have any. And I hope at least there was something that gave you a little bit food for thought in these many slides. So thank you.
Thank you, Signe, so much. Really impressive talk and show and presentation. Thank you for that. Now, in audience, do you have anything to ask from Signe or give the comment while you are thinking? I have one thing, Signe. This social responsibility and sustainability, all marks, all signs shows that it's coming very powerfully now from final consumers. And it's in all studies, something is happening there, definitely in coming years. But as we have here the service providers from the region, and they speak to the tour operators, and what I have sense that this demand from final consumers has not reached yet the discussion with the tour operators or between tour operators and service providers? Or do you have different opinion in audience? We don't know yet that demand in region as a service providers. Do you agree, guys? Yeah. Do you have anything, what is the time frame when we see it here?
I think it's a very interesting question, also because it's actually not the first time that I heard this point, that we see a change happening on a consumer level, and we see it in terms of the provider level as well. But there is a filter in between in the tour operators that perhaps haven't quite reached that point yet. I think some have. We do see some leaders of the class. I included a few as well in the presentation. But far from everyone, and that's maybe even holding the development a little bit back. And it's a good question. I wouldn't know when that changes, but I do think that it will change because there's a pressure from both sides. And I think we will see an increasing demand. Just the number that I showed you from booking.com as well, saying how annoyed consumers actually get when there is a lack of sustainable options. And I think, that annoyance, that frustration should in the end tap into the level of tour operators as well. But yeah, there's obviously a problem there. And maybe that's also something that destinations, DMOs need to be working on as well, providing that input to tour operators to help them see how the market is really developing and help them get on board with that development. Because in the end, we can't just let it be a consumer responsibility. It's also a question of what we offer. But then, of course, we need the sales platforms to follow.
Yeah. Thank you, Signe.
Sorry.
Any further questions to Signe? Yes, please.
Hello, Signe. Thank you. Hello, that was really interesting. I just have a question related to different age groups, because it seems to me that maybe some of the trends we are seeing, changing new trends, is more common among young people. What about senior citizens or age above 50 and so on? Are there any difference here?
That's a very good question. I think you're right. Probably when you talk about future trends, there is a tendency to look at the younger segments because, in the end, they are the future. But yeah, there are some of the trends that are pretty crossover. Even just for the Great Resignation, it's actually also quite crossover, though there is a higher frequency of it among the Gen Zs. But in terms of demand, in terms of travel, the older population has as much a need to reconnect as the younger population. Reconnect with what matters, and that very much includes friends and family, because I think the older population has actually been much more lonely throughout the pandemic than the younger populations, because they've been much more in isolation and cut off from their family. So I think in many ways, those trends all tap into older segments as well. And in terms of sustainability, yes, that is an awareness that is very, very high among the younger consumers, but it is not just a young phenomenon anymore. And I think the data highlights that quite clearly as well. So I would say, yes, to an extent, you are quite right. But at the same time, a lot of the pandemic experience has been a shared one. And I think the older population has felt that quite intensely as well.
Very good. Thank you, Signe. I'm so glad and happy about your speech and presentation here, because we've returned to these same matters during this 1.5 day. So it gives us very good perspective in our further discussion here. So once more, thank you, Signe. I hope that we will see soon around the same table or event. And take care.
Thank you very much, and you too. And I hope you have a great and fruitful day of many discussions and explorations. So thank you for having me be part of it.
Thank you, Signe. Okay, I think that we have a time to have a little break here. Let's go to Arctic Fika. It's in the same place where we had coffee in this morning. And we will return to here, just a second, we will return to here 11:30 in half an hour. Have a great Arctic Fika.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, please. Over there, yeah. No niin, as we say in Finland. Let's continue, and now we have looked the future trends in general and from final consumer's point of view and what the study shows. But now we go to the markets. And I have named these three specialists as a three musketeers. They don't fail ever. They will always come with the very great good information for us. And We have here Jan Badur from Nordic Marketing, and Jan will tell about DACH market. Then Cees van den Bosch from Voigt Travel will join to us online. And then Clive Stacey from Discover the World tells about UK markets. And prepare some questions to these guys. They all will make the presentation, and afterwards we have about 15 minutes time to ask and discuss with these specialists. And please, our online participants, there is a possibility to you also give the comments and questions in this Zoom platform. Please do so, and we will present them then here. Correct, Maikku? Is it like that? Yes, very good. Thank you. Okay, let's go forward. Jan Badur, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rane. Thank you for the pressure. Now, I have to say I'm so happy to be here on stage instead of joining you online. As many of you know me from the screen, and I had the situation yesterday evening while being in the restaurant, in the bar, in the hotel, meeting friends and business partners who I knew already, but some faces I knew as well, but only from the screen. And it was vice versa. So due to those virtual or digital fam trips, we have met each other and realized it is a fantastic way to see first time, but it's never the same like meeting in real, and it's the same here. So I'm really happy to be here. And as Rane already mentioned, I will tell about the German-speaking market. Well, you see those logos, those brands. These are very well known, some of them less known tour operators in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And the ones who are familiar with some of those or have been on sales tours, joining us, visiting tour operators in Germany, Switzerland, or Austria, will recognize some of them. And the ones who have been in this business for a while see that they are kind of geographical already. So we have the ones in Hamburg in the north, we have Switzerland down here on that corner, we have Austria on the other corner. We are speaking about a market with about 100 million inhabitants when we take Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. So it's a huge market. At the same time, we are having lots of tour operators, big ones, very small ones, and a lot in between. And they are not on one place, they are not in one city, so it's not enough just traveling to Hamburg or Frankfurt. You have to travel a lot. It's a little bit like in Visit Arctic Europe region. When visiting the destinations, visiting the companies in the wilderness, we don't have wilderness in Central Europe, but we have the countryside. So long distances, hard competition, lots of different types of tour operators, very small ones and very big ones. So we have here companies where 2 people working, there are companies where more than 1,000 people are working, just doing the production and doing the products for the markets, for several countries. Well, I was last week in Switzerland with 3 ladies from Finnish Lapland and visiting tour operators in the German-speaking area. We were so happy to be back after 1.5 years, visiting the people in real, visiting them in their offices. At the same time, the tour operators were really happy that we were there, that they had the chance to meet instead of doing everything digital. So it's really nice to feel and to see and be part of this restart and being back on track. Well, I promised to tell a bit about the market itself, and I wanted to show brand new things, nothing old. So what we did 2 weeks ago, we started an online survey to all the tour operators. So we wanted to know from them how they are doing, how is Scandinavia doing, which countries are well booked. So what is the situation right now in the market? I have good news. These are the ones who have answered. Some of them are missing by the logos. So we got 42 answers in 2 weeks. Very honest ones, lots of comments as well. But I will just go quickly to the figures. So we wanted to know, how is the situation? Are people booking, are they looking for the Nordics? And we can say there is a significant increase. The people want to travel. So it's a huge pressure on the market. They want to go to the north. And then we, of course, wanted to know as well, how is the situation when we look into the details? We wanted to know about winter 21-22, about the summer, and about the winter after that. So again, there's an increase when it comes to bookings. So the winter season, the upcoming one, is looking really good. And the same with the flight bookings. Now we have the sad reality, those who are following the news at the moment, that the numbers, COVID cases in the entire DACH region, in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, are increasing like a rocket at the moment, when you look to the figures. We have the situation that we have, as I said, 100 million inhabitants, roundabout. We have 2/3 of them vaccinated twice, and we still have left 1/3 which is not vaccinated. And this is the reason why we have such trouble now on those markets. So we have, on the one side, people who are vaccinated, willing to travel, and then we have this third left, who kind of make it unsure, so that we don't know what's going to happen during the next weeks and month. But I want to focus today on this 2/3, the vaccinated people, those who are willing to book, and those who are willing to travel to the north. We wanted, of course, to know as well which countries are doing well. So I'm happy to stay here and say that Norway, Sweden, and Finland are doing well. Iceland is a little bit ahead, but not every one of them who answered are selling Iceland. So this is why those gray figures are there as well. So there are tour operators not selling all of those countries. And you see this quite well, the last one on the bottom, it's the Baltic countries, and over this it's Denmark. So once again, there is an increase. There is, in many ways, a very stable situation. And we have, in one or in some cases, even more demand when it comes to significant increase. But when we think about what sort of activities, what sort of travels people would like to book, and when we look to the trends, okay, we heard about this earlier as well, it's more about individual travel. It's less groups. So it's not that the people want to go in big buses, they want to go with their own car or the rental car or in smaller groups. At the same time, we see that there is a demand for winter activities in general. And we have some sort of activities which are like the stars have been before COVID, but are now increasing again. And there is one like husky safaris, where is a huge demand at the moment. So there is a clear trend in some of those products. And when we look to the rest of the table, when we look to the summer as well, we see that the summer is the more tricky part compared to winter. But at the same time, we see that the cottages are wished. As I said, they want to be more in smaller places or more individual. And there is one like the glass igloos. So there is a clear increase. So we asked as well about comments. We want to know what they have changed and what has changed due to the, or let's say from the client's perspective, those who are booking the tours. And in every single comment from the tour operators, well, that everything is in short term. Everything is with a very short notice. It's like last minute bookings. At the same time, people have saved money. They have money left because they haven't been abroad in the last season. So they are ready to spend more. So this is a positive signal from the market. Well, we asked as well about the booking. As you know, we Germans, we are very old-fashioned, traditional. We love the printed brochures. Don't laugh, it's good for your paper industry. But at the same time, of course, we have had a pandemic. Travel agencies were closed during the lockdowns. So people were kind of taught and forced to do everything online. So we have a big jump in terms of digital tools, ways of booking. but at the same time, we see that the tour operators are still playing a very important role. Germans are very skeptical, they are very critical, and they want to trust to somebody. So this is why nothing happens immediately on those old-fashioned markets. So you have to trust, and this goes the same way with the consumers. They want to trust the brand, the tour operator they have booked all the years before. So what happens online now goes through the tour operator. It doesn't mean that every single German is now looking for the destination websites or the hotel websites, as they would like to have those clear channels on the market where they know the brands. Well, finally, we wanted as well to know how they are doing business-wise. And I have to say, as an entrepreneur, I'm so happy to see that they are doing quite well. So the government has supported the industry quite well when it comes to the lockdown situations, and as well people have been working in part-time, so there were kind of financial support. And we have to see that they are doing quite well, some of them even very good. And of course they have tough times, and some of them are struggling, but in general the situation is very promising. And they are of course so happy now that the numbers are going up, and in terms of the bookings, so that there is clearly a demand for the Nordics. This is about the tour operators, but let's have a short look to the consumers. This comes from last year's survey. This is from Reiseanalyse, so it is kind of a trend studies when it goes to tourism business. I'm not going into all details, but there are some clear, some not that surprising issues. This was in Germany. And it's clear that the domestic travel was increasing while other places were closed or traveling was not allowed or not possible. And on the other hand, it's not surprising that the people used their own car. They felt more safe and they had the opportunity to turn back all the time. And this came as well in many comments. But what goes to you, and it is very positive, and it goes to the same direction we heard earlier this day. People are looking for more sustainable solutions, sustainable choices when it comes to travel, and they want to go away from mass tourism. And what is a better place to do holidays or enjoy holidays far away from mass tourism? Yeah, it's Visit Arctic Europe area. You are already fulfilling all these requirements. But let's have a look to the brand new things. As I say, we are very old-fashioned, still printing brochures, but we have a clear jump now when it comes to online. So there is an increase, and when you look into the future, it will be so that more and more are focusing in doing everything online. And you see it in other cases, so all the shoppings, the retail, they're doing very well, and the smaller shops are struggling, while the online shops are doing very well in the German-speaking countries. But then as well, comparing the numbers from 2020 and 21, and now these brand new numbers coming from September. So the time before COVID compared with the last autumn compared to now, there is a big amount of people who have a clear travel intention. So they know where to travel, they have clear plans, they have a goal, they know where to go. And then we have part of people who say, I will travel, but I'm not sure where to go. And then we have some people who are uncertain, and then we have few left who are not going to travel. And still remember, we have 1/3 not vaccinated. So we have a lot of people who are willing to travel, who clearly know where we want to go, and those who are not sure yet, they will look. But how will they book? Well, we had before COVID, and this is the very promising figure for the future, we had 71 million trips abroad, longer than 5 days, or starting from 5 days, so longer than 4 days. 71 million holiday trips. And what we have now, we had a drop during COVID, but looking into the future, from those surveys and from those studies, it might be already next year that we are back on track when it comes to the amount of trips by the Germans. So they spend money, they want to travel, they are ready to do so, and now hopefully all the borders will stay open. The last thing, which is not surprising, as I said, very much comments about short-term, last-minute bookings. Before COVID, it was a long-time decision. As I said, everything is very slow in Germany. So brochure producement was always like, when people come back from summer holidays, so let's say end of August or September, there was already the next brochure for the winter holiday in the postbox. And under the Christmas tree, there was always the summer brochure for next year. So this was like the long-term production and the long-term way of thinking. Now it's the other way around. Now people are asking questions and they want to book. It's more the bottlenecks that there are no flights available or hotels might be fully booked. But people use shorter time to make decisions and to make the bookings. Thank you so far. Kiitos, tack. I will later on answer to questions, as Rane already said. And yeah, thank you so far. This is the message from the German-speaking market.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan, and please have a seat, and hopefully we have questions to you then. Next, we will go to the Netherlands, and Cees, are you there? Can you hear us? Are you muted? We don't hear you.
Henka, help me out. I'm
now
not muted.
Now we hear. Hey, Cees.
Yeah? Okay, hello.
Welcome to Haparanda. Virtually. Okay, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Rauno, Rane. Dear friends, I'm a bit envying you, as I have to apologize. I'm not there right now. I'm a bit more, as you see the background, a bit more northwest of you, near Abisko. Right now, at least virtually. But I'm sad that I'm not in Haparanda. Sorry for that. Together with my family, we are an enormous fan of a gothic rock band called Nightwish, with the best of two worlds, with a Finnish band and a Dutch singer, Floor Jonsson. And this rock concert was postponed twice, and was postponed to yesterday evening. But again, unfortunately, on Friday we got the message that it was cancelled again. This is a bit the world we are living in. Things are changing every day, every week, every month. But once more, sorry. But I hope I'm able to address to you online, and I hope I'm able to give you a bit of insight on the Dutch and Belgium travel market, and later on, of course, more than willing to answer your questions. For those who don't know me yet, my name is Cees van der Bos. I'm one of the shareholders of Voigt Travel and have 30 years of experience. And I've been listening to Jan as well on his old-fashioned market. So let me give you some insight of a more trendy markets, being the Belgium and the Dutch market. Well, as we see now, travel is something which goes along in history and will also be there in the future. And travel is all about experiences, especially on long-term perspective. But as we look at travel right now, it's also a bit about escape, safety, and trust. So not only experiences, but it also has other ingredients on short-term notice: escape, safety, and trust. Right now, we are about 18 months under this dark cloud called COVID. But I feel and see, and we're also experiencing on the Belgian and the Dutch market, that we are in the eve of at the eve of a total restart of travel. After 6 months of a bit of testing and some traveling during summer and autumn time, we're heading now for a full season again, at least for us as Voigt Travel and also for many of the tour operators on these Benelux markets. Right now, both Belgium and the Netherlands are dark red on the dashboard of the European Disease Prevention and Control panel. So as Jan also stated, not only for the DACH market and not only for Scandinavia, but I think it goes for the whole of Europe, that the infections are exploding, and Belgium and the Netherlands are dark red right now. This also means that restrictions are put into place again since last week with different, it's like a different buffet again of all different restrictions being done in both countries. So we can think about opening hours, the usage of masks, and for example, something which is new in Belgium, the companies or the employees can only be maximum 1 day at the office. The good thing is, which is prosperous right now, that in both countries, about 75% of the population is fully vaccinated, meaning that they have had 2 vaccinations, and almost 85% has had 1 vaccination up to now. So we're a bit ahead of the DACH markets when it comes to the percentage of the population being vaccinated. In the last months, we have experienced at Voigt Travel, but also at other tour operators, a huge upswing of interest for Arctic Europe for the next winter. So as Jan also already stated, there are a lot of bookings coming in for the winter, and we were really pleasantly surprised. So overall, it could even be for many of the tour operators who are focusing on Visit Arctic Europe area, it can be the best season ever if it continues in this pace. But again, as said, things are changing daily, weekly, or monthly. As Voigt Travel, we have organized around 80 charters from Amsterdam to Kuusamo, Kittilä, Rovaniemi, Ivalo, and Skellefteå in the north, and we also have an operation to the north of Iceland to Akureyri. This is from Amsterdam. With a Belgian partner, we have weekly charters to Kittilä from Brussels, and we are also, as most of you know, are cooperating with other tour operators. So we have our own structure with flights, but we are also facilitating other tour operators using schedule airlines like Finnair and SAS. The last being mentioned, SAS, giving us some difficulties right now, but I'll come back to that later. And we are also using the Eurowings connections from Düsseldorf to both Tromsø and Rovaniemi. Together with the other colleague partners, tour operators in the Benelux and Netherlands like Asteria, TUI, and Nordic, we expect to come close to the best winter ever, if once more things stay as they are. We see in the recovery phase like this phase that destinations with a strong reputation are recovering a bit quicker. For example, Finnish Lapland is picking up quicker than Northern Norway and Swedish Lapland. This is the positive news for winter. For summertime though, where we have been planning a weekly charter operation from Rotterdam Airport to both Rovaniemi and Skellefteå, we saw bookings coming in September and October, but this has totally dropped since the COVID infection rose, let's say 2 weeks ago. So again, in line of what Jan earlier stated, short term, we see an enormous interest. People are orientating themselves, but for long-term perspective, or let's put it this way, for next summer, we see hardly any bookings coming in. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right now and what will it mean for us and how are we able, as tour operators on the market, but also especially you as partners at Visit Arctic Europe, to prepare ourselves even more for the upcoming periods. Travel won't disappear. I think nobody is thinking of that. This has been a primary need for almost 2 decades. And travel is like freedom. It provides self-fulfillment, self-esteem, and even prestige, especially with the destinations we are offering in the Visit Arctic Europe area. And in the last decades, safety also has been a given fact for traveling to those areas. The outbreak of the pandemic, though, has brought a bit more emphasis on safety, and as we see right now, also on escape and on trust. So as Jan already stated, people like to escape, people like to get away from the daily routine and have this travel on their list to look forward to traveling. It's all about security. It's all about what will happen to us in our personal life, in the environment surrounding us, but also in travel. Security basically breeds trust. In the Benelux countries, Belgium and the Netherlands, but I think also in Scandinavia, we are supposed to have trust and faith, to have faith in our government, to have faith in each other, because we need to do it together to get COVID under control. We have confidence and faith in the vaccines, or at least most of them of us luckily have. And there is also confidence in the tour operator. As Jan also stated, right now, the tour operators are doing quite okay in the Netherlands and Belgium. They have been supported by the government very generously, and I don't see any problems on short notice. I have to warn you though, there are a lot of debts at the tour operators. So banks have been standing in. There has, for example, in the Netherlands, there has been like a guarantee fund, and all these debts are adding up, of course. So I a bit unsure about a long-term perspective of the tour operators. But anyhow, there is still confidence from the general public, from the travelers in the tour operators, also based on the fact that both the tour operators as well as the airlines being supported by the government. And of course, we have faith in our traveler. The value chain between the supplier, so you and us and the consumer, have been challenged quite heavily during this bizarre period. So it's crucial also to keep the trust between you and the tour operators, and to share this trust and confidence we have with the market. We conclude that and we do this based on the demand we see right now and on the signals we have from the market as Voigt Travel, that there is the confidence in the destination. As mentioned earlier, we're on the right side in Europe, we are on the right side in the world with the beautiful area of Visit Arctic Europe, with enough space and enough areas to travel through. So we have the confidence in the reputation of the destination. There is confidence in the reputation of the tour operator, and there is confidence in the fact that we get to go and travel again. But we are looking at a new restart, which is basically constantly changing. So it's, as I said also earlier, it's a good opportunity to prove ourselves again, to get the experiences to exceed the expectations, because it's all about experiences which we are looking at in the travel. So this is the red line for the long-term perspective, to focus on good experiences and to let these experiences exceed the expectations. But as said earlier, on short term, we also have to look at escape, safety, and trust, which is very important. So as we look at the market now and the new playground we're having, there are 5 fields on which we all should prepare ourselves in the best possible way. So 5 different areas, and I like to touch them only briefly in this stage. First of all, we are looking at new target groups. So don't forget that the way of traveling becomes a bit different with restrictions, with structures we are making, and we are looking at new target groups. People might consider to go, they might want to do this bucket list, but the good thing is they have the money burning in their pockets. If we see what's being saved in for example, the Netherlands, which has the highest saving ratio per capita in the world, this was annually normally like 16 billion what has been saved in the last years. If we look at the last 18 months, so since COVID came to the stage, we see saving of 90 billion, so 90. So the potential is obviously there, but the target groups might be a bit different. As Jan also stated earlier, more individual instead of group travel. The second field we have to look at is the field of competition, competition as a destination. The Dutch and the Belgians, for example, have discovered their own country, and based on timeshare and purchase of second homes, they're also trying. They also learned the advantage of their own country, being able to spend more short break holidays in this hectic world. So they have discovered their own country, which is perhaps not so good for the budgets they would use for traveling abroad. But on the other hand, the good thing is, if we look at the field of competition, that there is clearly more interest for Europe on short term, but also on mid-long term from the Benelux market. So Europe is on the list again, and for the upcoming years, up to 2 years, people will still wait until they would go again to areas like Asia or South America. So it is important that we have more space to maneuver. On the other hand, we clearly also see on our markets that when it comes to marketing, also traditional countries like Austria, Spain are spending more money on marketing tourism, and of course taking their opportunities as well, as Europe is the field now to travel. Another thing which has become very important again is connectivity. One of our business models at Voigt Travel has always been in developing new destination, is to look at the 3 R's, as we call it. So that's reputation of a certain area, recognizability. So can it be recognized by the travelers, but also can it be reached? We have been using a lot of scheduled connections in the past within the Visit Arctic Europe area, because there has been a lot of connections. So connectivity has been good up till the momentum that COVID started. We noticed in the last 18 months that, of course, airlines have been suffering. In the past, they have been making choices based on the volumes at the business travelers, and a little bit less have made that choice based on leisure demand. But the demand of the business traveler have clearly been decreasing, and so the airlines are suffering to make their choices. A lot of them have been supported by the government, which is good because we need this infrastructure, but new choices are also being made for this connectivity. How is your area to be reached by scheduled flights? We do question this, especially as I mentioned earlier, SAS is one of the, sorry to say, one of the bad examples. They are changing their schedule all the time, and prices are fluctuating very heavily. This makes it hard for tour operators to focus on. On the other hand, the tour operators have this instrument of charter operations, which we are using a lot, as you know. This is, I think, a good alternative in many ways to reach different areas within Visit Arctic Europe as well. On the other hand, it's a risky operation, and for a perfect instrument to grow, but if business is decreasing, it becomes also a clumsy instrument when volumes are shrinking. Charters are not always the best option to address to that demand. The fifth field, which we have been looking at, is new rules and restrictions. I would like to urge you to still take COVID very seriously, and to look at it also through the eyes of your travelers, the visitors to your premises. They are, some of them are still really and very afraid of COVID at such. So for them, it's a big step to travel, even if they're vaccinated. So I think it's very important for you as hosts to serve them the best possible way and to take the safety measures very seriously and not for granted. So it's very important to keep on focusing on that. And the last and the fifth field, and I think I have to cut it a bit short now, otherwise I'm running out of time, and I don't want to limit Clive in his presentation. The last field we have to cover is sustainability. Sustainability is here to stay for sure. It was already before COVID, but it obviously gets more space and especially more interest now after the industry is recovering from COVID. So I would like to urge you to take that serious as well in many ways. Basically, we could conclude that as the destination Visit Arctic Europe, we have experience to offer. So on long-term perspective, we're on the good side. If we look at short-term, we have to be the destination, the area within Europe where people like to escape to, which is safe and which they trust. So I think we're doing the right thing. We just have to emphasize a bit on the 5 fields I mentioned. And I think we found the right combination. And if we take also the personal approach, which we have been using, which all of you have been using in the last years before COVID, we're on the right track. So I count on the fact that we're able altogether to serve the travelers again for next winter. It's going to be, again, a first season for all of us. So I'd like to urge you to do your utmost to give them the best possible experience, because if we're able to let them exceed the expectations of the travelers, then we're on the right track. So please take this chance. Keep in mind that people are traveling now after COVID to your area. So keep them safe, let them escape, give them the trust, and let them experience the best possible experience ever. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cees. Very concrete and detailed information and also advices to us. Please stay connected if there is any questions to you afterwards.
I will.
Thank you very much, Cees. Next, we will hear Clive from Discover the World and the UK, where we are there in UK market. Clive, stage is yours.
Thank you.
COVID-19 hit the travel industry hard. The northern parts of Europe were hit especially hard, where most of the tourism depends on international travelers.
Ei ole oikein. Tämä ei ole oikein.
See the world, hear the world, discover the world. Authentic holidays for passionate travellers.
Hi, my name's Clive Stacey. For those that don't know me, I'm the founder and chairman of Discover the World. Discover the World's been going for something like about 30, 37, 38 years. And we've been kind of accepted, I guess, as one of the more established companies in the UK market. And we're quite well known, particularly for the Nordic destinations. We offer tailor-made trips, basically. So clients ring us up, they come into the office, they communicate by internet, posts, pigeons, anything that well, not fussy. And we try to bring a little bit of them into every holiday that we operate. We started off basically focusing on Iceland, Greenland. Very quickly, we branched into mainland Scandinavia. And now we do many other areas around the world. But the Nordic area is still the place that we love best, and I guess we do in the best way. So the holiday programs appeal. We've got two different types of programs. One is for families and adults traveling independently, and the other one is for school groups. The holiday programs appeal mostly to adults, fairly well off, well educated, 35 years to 65, that sort of age group. The education programs, the kids are usually between 14 and 18-year-olds. At the moment, we don't bring the education groups in to visit Arctic Europe, but it's something we want to do in the future. Our activity during COVID, it's interesting times. The important thing for the business was to minimize the costs, keep us going for as long as necessary. Keeping up the morale of the staff, that was a pretty biggie. We had to horribly wave goodbye to something like about 60 people right at the beginning, which left us with about 40 staff. We had a fantastic HR manager, Sue, who spent the whole COVID period just individually talking to people, producing a weekly newsletter about gossip, kids being born, all sorts of human stuff, which people really appreciated. Going around to people's houses if they were sounding a little bit wobbly. Out of this, we've grown as a family much bigger. We also use the time to improve the infrastructure of the company, working practices, technology, taking all our products, just looking into them in a really critical way and making sure they were fit for purpose, creating new programs. That was something that was really good fun. And it's something that we've been doing for the last 37 years, but we never had this amount of time to actually go into the detail like we did. So that was a benefit out of COVID. Keeping in contact with our database, so the clients that have been traveling with us, we've got about 30,000 people on the main database, so we can contact them all by email. So sending encouraging e-newsletters and answering their inquiries, managing the bookings that we've had, scheduling them. 70% of the passengers that were booked at the time that COVID hit continue to travel with us or will travel with us in the future. So that was kind of pretty good. The big one was understanding the changing COVID protocol. I think when this is all over, I'm going to invent a game called COVID and Ladders, but it won't have a rule book to it. It's you just make up the rules as you go along. We in the UK probably have had more rules and regulations than most. It seems like it anyway. But there was a sort of small window around about May to the middle of August last year, where we were allowed to offer trips to Iceland. And we managed to get that done. Middle of August, cases were starting to rank up in Iceland, so they shut the borders, and so we were back again to that. Yeah, so the present situation. So the UK, a little bit like Sweden has all the way through, we're now living with COVID. It seems to be that the government has accepted that there's a certain number of people that are going to get COVID, that are going to get sick, and unfortunately some that will die. The figure is about 40,000 a day at the moment, and that goes up or down, but on average it's around about that. I think the vast majority of people seem to be either asymptomatic or really not suffering too much. The boosters are sort of coming along, and people are sort of accepting it now. Initially they weren't, but that's something that's continuing, and there isn't so far, touch wood, there isn't the demonstrations and unpleasantness that we've seen in some countries in Europe. Not many restrictions in the UK for travelling abroad. Actually, none at all at the moment. There's a few restrictions from other countries which are restricting UK passengers coming in. Nordic sales over the past few months have been at similar levels to 2019. And that seems to be increasing. Every now and then, a government minister will say something like, well, we might have to lock down, sometime and bring in more protocols, and the borders might have to be looked at. And then the phones go quiet for a few days, maybe a week, and then it starts up again. So we're hoping that there won't be any lockdowns, that we've had probably over the last few months or so since the summer, most of the pain, and we're looking at, with the booster jabs, reduced numbers. We've just launched a new pan-European rail product, which is going very well. It's been well received by the media, and we're looking at branching into new areas in Central and Southern Europe with that. It's also got a good eco message. So some of the itineraries actually include the Visit Arctic Europe region as a summer destination, as you'd expect. But we're hoping to incorporate that more in winter programs in the future. So our staffing levels at the moment are less than half. It's about 40, 45 people that work for us. Some of them are part-time, some of them are full-time. But we're able to cope with the amount of work that we've got, even though we're not actually in full throttle now. It seems to be the efficiencies that we've made during the pandemic period are kind of feeding through. In the process of all of this, we decided to move out of our office. We've got a building which we've been in for the last 12 years or so. It's about 1,100 square meters, and it's kind of a little bit large. It was large for 100 people when we were at our maximum. But we've decided that we're going to go for somewhere probably smaller, but completely different. So we'll probably need more breakout areas. We will have a situation where people will come into the office for a couple of days a week, and then they will work from home for the rest of the period. So we're beginning to figure out what the new normal is. We're asking our staff what they think, what they want to do. What we're finding, I mean, we've got 40 really, really good people. They were the best of the best. And if anything, the work efficiencies are much better with people working from home for some of the time, because you can concentrate on what you're doing. It works with some teams better than others. But it's all very interesting for the future. So the future, it's positive, and I think it will remain that way. People are still cautious, but they're beginning to break out. It's interesting because I was reading the other day that restaurants in England were complaining about no-shows on the tables. So people are booking tables but not turning up. Also, theatres, even though people might have bought tickets, they're half empty, but they're actually technically full. And all sorts of things like that. And it's partly because people have got used to their comfortable space, which is in their lounge at home, and they just decide, I don't want to go out, I'm just going to sit in front of the television. So there's real social, psychological pressures which have been created by this problem of locking people away for so long. The Nordic regions, definitely people perceive them as positive, and the number of Brits that have been going out walking during the pandemic has increased by, it's now about 70% of people regularly go on walks in the countryside. So this is an amazing possibility for the future. People are actually much more active than they used to be. Short-term sales like the other markets, and longer term, Iceland is showing some significant growth. It's probably going to stay the way for Scandinavia and other destinations in the world for the foreseeable future until people have the confidence to plan ahead. So again, COVID causing that. So we at this point in time for selling this winter, we have definite supply problems with products in Finland, particularly cottages, log cabins in areas where there's organized activities, not sort of isolated cabins, but in a resort area. People really like to stay in those places, and they have done even before the pandemic. Iceland's, as I said, showing medium term. The Abisko and the Stadshotell are the only things that are really selling at the moment for Sweden, which is rather strange, and I feel quite embarrassed like that, standing in Haparanda. But we are doing our best to encourage people to this part of Sweden as well. Norway is selling particularly well at the moment. I've no idea why, but we do sell quite a lot of northern parts of Norway. We're making a particular push for Senja at the moment. That's being reasonably successful. The airlift is a little bit of a problem, like Cees was saying. We're struggling with all the consolidations, with a smaller team in our operations department, having to deal with multiple flight schedule changes and cancellations and other things is causing quite a lot of problems. That's with SAS and Finnair. And talking to some of the other UK tour operators, they're having a similar struggle as well. it's also the airports as well. I mean, noticing some colleagues of mine have been traveling a few times recently through Arlanda and Helsinki, and there's bottlenecks there, and it's a hard time for them as well. But I think they need to. Everyone in the air industry needs to up their act a little bit. Easy to say because they've had a really difficult time. We're starting to increase our marketing spend. It's producing good levels of business, and that will probably continue. Consumer confidence comes back. I don't know. The clients they return when they want to. There's no understanding market pressures sometimes. It can be that people get so frustrated that they just say, I'm just going to go on holiday. I've had enough of this. And people can only be in sort of holding mode for so long before they give up the ghost. So responsible travel. I'm running out of time now. I think the lady earlier on said quite a bit about that. We are reappraising everything. COP26 in the UK made a lot more people aware of things. It was in the media much more. We're rewriting our responsible travel pages. It's kind of something that we've done for the last 40 years, so it's difficult to explain what comes naturally. But particularly the things that we're asking people to look at is to travel fewer times, stay longer, and absorb the atmosphere, the reason why they're there, rather than just ticking boxes. Travel slower, which is part of that, and enjoy, and then we're trying to offer them special incentives to stay longer. That's offering them reduced margins, our margins on the accommodation, on the excursions and things like that. But also, we're going to be asking our partners to look at that as well, and let us know if there's particular times when accommodation is a little bit freer, activities a little bit freer, whatever it is that we can pass on to the consumer to stay with you longer. So that's a message from Discover the World, and I'll just, that's some of the lovely team. And I'll just leave it like that. I'll answer any questions whenever you want to make them.
Thank you, Clive.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Really good information. And now, audience friends, do we have any questions to Jan, Cees, or Clive? Something which interests you in any of these markets? I don't see. Yeah, Johanna, please.
It's common, okay. So, do you have any demands on your guests that they have to be vaccinated before buying the travel to Scandinavia?
Clive.
It's just the national regulations. So no, we don't ask people personally for ourselves, but it goes without saying that if you're not vaccinated, then you have a much harder time during your travels and things like that. But it's a protocol of the country concerned. So if people say, I'm not vaccinated, what are the problems? Then we have someone in the company that's an expert on what the protocol of something like about 25 countries that we operate to. And they have to be looked at almost on a daily basis. No, no. But there was a time, not until quite recently, where you couldn't, but as a Brit, I couldn't get into Sweden unless it was via another Nordic country, and even then it wasn't too sure. I still came in, but but it's those sort of things. But actually, this was in July, so I flew into Copenhagen on the Sunday, and then on Monday I took a train from over to Malmo and came in that way. And I was expecting to be stopped at the border. But Denmark changed its regulations on the Friday, and my colleague who was going to travel with me, he was based in Manchester, and they decided Northern England was going to be put in the red zone in Denmark, so he couldn't travel, and that was 2 days before he got that sort of notice. So those are the things that are happening all the time. At the same time, they put Scotland into a much lesser dangerous area, and the southern part of the UK was stronger, was in another colour, which was supposed to show that it was more dangerous to be in southern England. Actually, the COVID level in Scotland was much higher than in southern England. So it doesn't, you know, one thing that we learned through this whole experience was, you know, you just keep having to duck and dive. And don't get mad, just look at the facts as they are and try and find a logical way to legally get around them.
Okay, thank you, Clive. Cees, do you demand from your clients COVID passport? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No, this is something we cannot demand. We don't have any knowledge about the medical status. The only thing what we're able to do is to inform all the customers on beforehand, before they make the booking, how the restriction, how the status is at the country they would like to travel to, so their destination country. Then legally we place it like this, that it is their responsibility to comply with the restrictions of the country of destination. So if things are changing, we are informing them, and then it's up to them to comply to this. And strictly seen, they are also responsible. But it's a flow of information, a constant flow of information before the bookings process, and also after the booking has been taken in their customer journey to the date of departure. And we, of course, pray and hope that things are not getting worse as they might already be, because it's all about trust. And if restrictions are put into place again, if European agreed rules are changing, like we see now in Austria, we foresee also problems. But basically, legally seen, it's the responsibility of the traveler. We are there to inform them in the right and correct way, and do it in the right timing. But we don't know anything about their medical status.
Okay, thank you, Cees. Jan, do you have information? What is the measure in German markets in tour operators?
It goes to the same direction that we have no idea and no details about the personal situations, and we can't ask. But I know that there are tour operators who are not willing to make any offer if people are not vaccinated, if they plan to travel a country where vaccination is needed. And it depends, and it's as Cees said, it's the same way that they are informing all the clients, and that the regulations are changing. And this is something we have faced in the last 1.5 years by informing the tour operators every single week, and always when there was a press release from governments in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland and Finland, that we published those, translated those, and keep the tour operators up to date about those changes.
Okay, thank you, Jan. David, please.
Yeah, hi. I had a question about sustainability and how important the sustainability certificates would be to drive this process forward. I know a lot of suppliers in this region consider themselves to be sustainable by nature, and they have many sustainable ways of going forward, but how important and what kind of difference does it make if you have a certificate in sustainability for you guys as tour operators and such? And how important is it to sort of keep the quality for you and also for your clients?
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question, David. The answer is it depends on what the certificate actually denotes. What the sustainability actually means, whether it's so long as it's credible and it indicates that there's something significant going on with that property, other than to show a difference between that and other properties or other activities or other ways companies are working. Then it could mean something, but it needs to be tangible. Does that answer the question? It's like most things with sustainability, responsible tourism, climate change, and things like that. It's really, really complicated. It's to do with a lot of the time companies use it and develop it because it makes them look good to the consumer. And it's really important that if you are doing something, it is credible, and you do your studies into it to make sure that you're producing something that really is sustainable and helping the environment and the climate.
Thank you, Clive. Cees, do you have something to add on this?
Yeah, I would. I think it is always a good basis to have certificates, but it's all about communication and credibility, what Clive also said. So it's under a big telescope, everything which you state about sustainability. So it's about communication, which is even more important. Having a certificate will, from foreign perspective, from the foreign travelers, not be the reason to travel, but if you're able to communicate it the right way, what you are doing in a very way which also shows credibility on that, then it's a huge advantage. So it's a good basis, a certificate, but it's only a basis where actually the work starts.
Thank you, Cees. Before lunch, we have still time for one question. Pete, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks for Cees and Clive and Jan for very interesting insight for the market point of view. I have one question for Jan. You mentioned about the online bookings increasing on the market. Do you have some information that are the online bookings that have increased direct bookings from guests to suppliers or to OTAs, or are they increasing number on tour operator online sales systems also?
As far as I know, those facts what I showed, they are based on the inside Germany, so the booking channels inside the DACH markets. So there is a clear increase, and that, as I mentioned, the people, they want to trust if they spend money, if they spend a lot of money, if they spend their holiday in the Nordics and are willing to pay for quality, they want to trust that it's the right channel, that there is a professional who has chosen the destination, knows the accommodation, the services, and therefore they are going for that channel, and they like to use the online booking options they are now offering. So this is a huge, let's say, increase of online availability on the DACH markets. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, thank you for great presentations, Clive, Jan, and Cees. Next, we will go to have a lunch. And lunch will be served in Stadshotell. And I truly wish that we all are back here at 1:45. Then we will go to the accessibility session. We have 3 very interesting speeches from specialist Eurowings, their sales director Heiko Brix will tell about their vision of accessibility in future to the north, how they fly. Here, then we will hear about train. It was very interesting, as Clive said, that there is a growing group of people who want to travel by train instead of planes. And we hear VAE, I don't remember the lady name, Marie something will. Here it is. Marie Torneus. Sorry, guys. Marie Torneus will tell then about train. And then our one and only Trond Arne from Bussring will tell about this internal accessibility here in area. Okay, have a great lunch. Let's meet in 1 hour and enjoy. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. Let's continue our program, and the next phase where we are going is we will get 3 presentations about accessibility. And first I have honor to invite virtually on the stage Mr. Heiko Brix from Eurowings, and he will tell about the vision of future accessibility from Europe to Arctic, Visit Arctic Europe region. Heiko, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear and see. Welcome to Haparanda virtually.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's a big shame that I'm not there personally, but it was just not possible for me. So at least we can see us here on this virtual stage. Thank you.
You are very welcome, Heiko. Stage is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to maybe just briefly introduce myself. I'm Heiko Brix. I'm responsible for the touristic sales at Eurowings. Just started with Eurowings about 6 months ago. Before that, I was with Lufthansa for many years, and in the last 5 years, I was responsible for sales for Lufthansa Group in Southeast Asia, based in Singapore. So happily back in Europe since summer, even though, of course, we are heading for a rather bumpy winter, most likely, when we look at the situation in Germany at the moment, which you might have heard also. But at least being vaccinated gives some freedom, and we see this also with still pretty stable developments on the bookings of our flights. I would like to first of all maybe give you a little bit of an insight into the Eurowings product, and then come to, of course, the Nordics and how Eurowings is positioning accessibility, and also how we at Eurowings are visioning the development of the connectivities into that very interesting region. Let me try to share my screen. I hope that you can see the presentation. Maybe if I could get a quick feedback whether it's possible to see the presentation, which I assume. And should that be fine, I would like to start quickly maybe with a few words referring to our company. The Eurowings group is heading again for around about 100 aircrafts. Of course, we had to reduce the fleet massively during the crisis, which is still ongoing, but there's lights at the end of the tunnel, and we had a very good summer, and a late summer especially. So we are back to, or going back to, a fleet of 100 aircrafts. We are operating with around 3,500 employees in comparison to the Lufthansa Group in total, talking still more or less about 100,000 people. This is, of course, a very small and agile team. We have 11 bases in Europe, most of them in Germany, but together with Prague, which we opened just recently, you might have heard of that, where we put 2 aircrafts on the apron in Prague airport, and now the expected start, or the clearly determined start in Sweden, with 5 aircrafts on the apron in March 2022. We are coming to 11 bases in Europe. Destinations more than 100 all over Europe. And of course, currently, just giving you a little bit of an insight, we are in the current situation still that we have, on the one hand, which you see here on top of the presentation, a strong desire to travel. And by the way, also the budget that is available for people who saved a lot of money during the crisis, not being allowed or able to travel. We see increasing vaccinations, where still there is some way to go, but of course this helps to increase travel activities again, and the demand is accordingly growing strong. As soon as countries are opening, we see massive demand, also very, very short term coming. We currently are repositioning ourselves at Eurowings. Of course, we're looking into the network. We had to very quickly reposition during the times where high-risk countries were announced, and we had to position the fleet to other countries, to other destinations. So we tried to bring up a lot of flexibility. We are also looking into the product adjustments that are needed when it comes to the current situation. For example, safe traveling as a header, where we also come up with new ideas. And the most important is, of course, at the moment, the flexibility, not only for the single passenger, who we are offering 100% flexibility until end of October next year in terms of traveling. So whatever you book today, you can be safe that no matter what, you could freely and flexibly reposition your booking towards other destinations. You would just have to pay the difference if the fare would be a little higher, but you are not faced to any cancellation fees or anything like that. And what is also obvious is that we see much more leisure demand than business travel demand, which is expected, which, by the way, was also even a tendency before the crisis, but that has massively driven our strategy towards more looking into leisure destinations, which is also reflected in the opening up of the bases in Prague, with a lot of leisure destinations, and also in Sweden to come. Then, of course, we see as Eurowings ourselves to be positioned as a value carrier. So we're not looking into the ultra low cost segment. I think this is a segment that is massively under pressure because it's not, in our opinion, not the sustainable way forward. We're looking into finding the right value for us and for the passengers here, and position ourselves as a value carrier. So looking into the bases, of course, there's a lot of German bases. It's everything except for Frankfurt and Munich, which is pure Lufthansa Group turf, and also Zurich and Vienna. So we have the bases in Germany besides the major airports, but also with huge airports like Düsseldorf and Hamburg. Then also Berlin, Stuttgart, where we also are very strong, as you can see, in our positioning in the market. And then Prague as a new basis, and Pristina as a small basis with the VFR, like the visit friends and relatives that are commuting between the Kosovo and Germany and Switzerland, and also Palma de Mallorca as a basis. The network, of course, is widespread, as you see here, which is, for example, what is not on the list is destinations like Hurghada, which we are flying with full charter as well. So it's not, but this year also we started to fly it on a regular basis, so that is missing here, but is part of the scope as well. So looking into the Nordics, we started, besides, let's say, the Salzburg, Prague, Düsseldorf to Copenhagen destination, and also Hamburg, Prague, Düsseldorf to Stockholm, Hamburg to Oslo. We then also started just recently with Düsseldorf and Stuttgart as new point of origins towards Göteborg, Tromsø, Rovaniemi, Kiruna, and Luleå. So these destinations, especially from Düsseldorf, are running extremely well. We're very happy. We're even looking into increasing these destinations currently. The only roadblock is a little bit the cabin and cockpit crew and also aircraft availability, which of course needs to catch up with the whole ramp-up situation. So that's a little bit challenging, but in terms of demand, especially from Düsseldorf, we are really looking into maybe even doing more. And then April onwards until the end of October for the summer period. And then, of course, sustainably, long-term, we are looking into investing into our base in Stockholm. So this is not just a trial and error approach. Very important for me to say here and to clearly state that this is a strategic approach to strengthen the Nordics out of Germany, and to clearly, on the long term, invest into the base in Sweden, and even potentially look into more. So we are offering all of these destinations, which you can see here in the list from Stockholm. And the number of aircrafts in Stockholm will be 5 at the beginning. So that's a very bold statement. And I'm really happy to already have started talking to local tour operators, because for us, of course, it is very important to further develop this business from Sweden with tour operators jointly. And I know that here in the audience, there is a lot of, let's say, companies and tourism business activities that are more looking into the incoming. So we are providing the passengers, hopefully, and your guests that would be coming towards the Nordic countries. But we would be very happy also to receive any kind of lead towards local tour operators that are looking into also developing the business out of Sweden. And also, if you are cooperating, for example, with tour operators that bring passengers into your country from these destinations that you can see here in the list, we would be very happy to catch up with those to jointly develop the business on a long term. Quickly back to the product. Our fleet, of course, is fresh and nice. And here, clearly talking about the value carrier proposal, you can see that this is reflected also in the cabin. It's not only the rather basic cabin where we have a seat pitch also of 29-inch, which is, I think, in comparison to many competitors, still a pretty decent pitch. We are also offering the more legroom compartment in the aircraft in the front, where we offering a pitch of 32 inch, and then also the biz class, which is actually approaching with a middle seat blocked, and of course comes with a lot of priority allowances around this. And the 320 with a similar approach. So our offerings is on this cabin, of course, the budget basic fare, which is a usually very aggressive entry fare that we are trying to offer to create base load and to also aggressively position ourselves against the competition, which we are of course facing. And that's mainly the basics, which is the flight and the small personal item. So when it comes to more, also the handbag and the additional bag that is to be checked in, the smart fare would probably the right one for your passengers. And then the business class, focusing on the one hand on the corporate travelers, but also of course on leisure travelers that are trying to spoil themselves a little bit on the trips. Is offering everything which the passenger who has a higher expectations can expect. You see that the business class is in front here and with a really nice pitch, the cabin, fresh, modern design. And what is maybe important also to mention is that we, as a Starlines member in the Lufthansa group, of course, would offer the miles. Here you can collect miles if you're in the Starlines system already. So that is, I think, an advantage also in the Northern European countries where actually Starlines is strongly positioned. So never forget about this added value, please, when you would talk about Eurowings here. And then a lot of additional priority check-in when we look into business class, lounge access, everything that actually also a Lufthansa basic offer is giving to our passengers. There's upgrade options, lots of additional options that you can offer or that we are actually offering, including also like golf equipment that we can request, and bicycles and everything. I think we're rather easy to book in that matter. And then we have a few USPs, as we can see, which is the pitch in comparison to competition, really very comfortable. We have Wi-Fi on board on almost all the aircrafts, in-flight entertainment on the device with an app that is to be used. And of course, the Miles & More, which I told you about already, and a la carte catering and shopping, where a lot of positive feedback is coming, as there's actually from the quality perspective and also the choice perspective, I think a rather good offer, also when we look into the competitive landscape. The latest updates, of course, are very much focusing on the whole situation that we're still stuck in with the pandemic that hopefully will be over soon, as we're all praying. So it's the flexibility. It is also free middle seat that you can buy from €10 onwards. Actually, it's a dynamic pricing though, to be honest, but there is definitely the option to also shoot a rather cheap price for the middle seat to be blocked. And then we are, of course, enforcing all the necessary and mandatory regulations when it comes to safety in the current situation, like contactless boarding, disinfection all over the whole travel chain, and contactless payments, safe deboarding and boarding to avoid distance as much as possible. And to never forget, please, about, which is of course valid for any airline, about the air exchange in the cabin, which is really within a few seconds completely exchanged with this vertical exchange of the air in HEPA filters that are regularly changed, so that the risk on board is extremely low when it comes to the current virus situation. Free middle seat, again, as I just said, from 10 euros onwards as a USP in our product portfolio. The tour operator sales, I think, is maybe just quickly, it's very specific, but we offer, of course, serial groups and allotments. We offer ad hoc groups, also direct connect, pooling with travel tech providers. And then the cruise fares, for example, are also available on GDS. So the whole variety of booking channels is available. And travel agencies usually working on GDS with Lufthansa 220 documents. And also the non-GDS sales is possible through a travel agency portal. When it comes to group bookings, also we are pretty successful in that. Of course, 10 people onwards are considered as group, as Eurowings, and there is a website for this, which is actually in scope of my team, where we take care of your group requests. Charter sales also possible with Eurowings. We're actively offering full aircrafts either on ad hoc basis or also on a regular basis to destinations that we're even not flying yet, where we are openly discussing with our network management and network planning if that is to be realized for your needs. So also this could be channeled through me. And maybe just a quick word about the travel tech providers when it comes to direct connects. They are mentioned here. Everything that is currently in business is more or less important travel tech providers that are in business are connected with us and do have the interface. So from my perspective, again, I think this is when it comes to the presentation, because my time is pretty limited, all I would like to hand over to you, and I'm ready to take your questions, especially once again, important for me to say that the engagement into the Nordics and also especially the base that we're starting in Sweden is something that is planned strategically. Why? Because we need to grow. In Europe, there is opportunities to grow, and we see this opportunity in Sweden as a very, very attractive one for us, really adding value to the customers in Sweden. In Germany, there is limited growth possible because in many point of sales, Eurowings and the Lufthansa Group actually is positioned strongly. So of course we need to spread our wings into Europe. That's why it's not an adventure or a one-time off that we're trying out here. It's a long-time engagement that we are building up with you, and that's why I'm happy to be in exchange with you personally. So taking your questions if you have any, and looking forward to a personal exchange if you like. Contacts definitely can be exchanged here or later. I'm also available on LinkedIn and looking forward to jointly developing the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Heiko. Very interesting and good information from our point of view. Thank you for those 4 flights you opened to the north. And do we have any questions to Heiko in this stage? No hands in order. Well, yes, Karin Oberg from Luleå. Just a second, Heiko.
So now I noticed that I didn't pronounce it correctly, like Luleå.
Luleå.
Okay.
Yes.
Luleå. Okay.
Yeah, but it was
Thank
almost
you.
right.
I was baptized in Copenhagen. My whole family, half of my family is from Flensburg, so we are half Danish. But I need to train pronouncing. Sorry for that.
It's no problem. I just wanted to ask if you want to grow in Europe, will all your new flights or airlines would it be starting from Germany airports, or could it be like Milan to Luleå? Or whatever?
Yeah, actually, honestly speaking, we're very open to any opportunity. Of course, we are focusing on the major airports, but it's not only that we're focusing on German airports, as we just opened up Prague, where we put the 2 aircrafts on the apron. So that is a new market which we're opening. And the next will be Sweden, Stockholm, where we're putting 5 aircrafts on the apron. And we might even think of flying inner Scandinavian. That could also technically be possible. Other growth opportunities could be any kind of additional airport in Europe. And of course, from there to then open up destinations between 2 European countries, several European countries. So it's not only Germany that we're growing. So yes, absolutely, any interesting airport would be definitely of our interest to discuss with our network planners. So whoever from airport also authorities would be interested in getting 1, 2, 3 aircrafts on the apron of Eurowings, we're open to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heiko. Any other questions to Heiko? Yes, I didn't see. Please.
Heiko, hi, this is Jeroen, working for company The Arctic Route. We operate a network so that people can travel around with bus transportation within the Arctic region.
Yes.
What is your feeling and what is your thought about people traveling between bigger airports that they cannot reach by plane? I mean, I cannot imagine that you would open Luleå or Tromsø tomorrow, maybe, but
not so likely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So what is your first thought when you hear this? Could this be an opportunity for you as well? Because you will have an open jaw, for example, passengers flying to Rovaniemi, and then they need to travel back from Tromsø.
Yes, absolutely. I think these kind of maybe corporations probably would be at first hand interesting together with some kind of incoming tour operators or even tour operators from countries. For example, when we say we would have, let's say, a lot of people coming from Spain, from Catalonia, from Barcelona to Sweden, for example, and then would say we want to do huge tours through the Nordics and then would like to need surface transportation. So that could be maybe bundled together with them. So I could imagine either to do something with those guys who are bringing in the passengers, or also technically with let's say operators like you are, where we say there is passenger flows in between 2 airports, and we see this, and we would like to see how we could cooperate. I think it is mainly driven by the packages that are bundled, with tour operators, where tour operators say, okay, we want to fly in here and fly out there as an open jaw, and we want to offer the bundle, and now we need surface transportation. So that would be a great plug-in, and we would be willing to, let's say, also foster these opportunities. But any kind of cooperation is possible here, yes.
Okay, thanks a lot for your feedback.
Thank you. We could discuss separately if you like.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Heiko. Thank you, Jeroen. Okay. Thank you, Heiko. Once more, applauses to Eurowings and Heiko Brix.
Thank you very much. It was great that you could give me the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much for having me. And again, I'm really sorry not to be up in North now. Maybe I could do that privately soon. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's go forward. Let's change the transportation mode from aircrafts to the train. And the next speaker we have here is Marie Torneus from VAE Group, and she will speak about how to reach the Arctic Europe by train. Marie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I am trying here to share the screen. I don't know, do you see my screen right now?
Yes, we do. Stage is yours.
Perfect, thank you. And to start, I would like to say thank you for having me and take this time to talk a little bit about the train and what we do to work with our foreign travelers. So let's start with let's see, we change the image. There. A little short explanation about VAE II. VAE II is the train company that has what you call the majority of the train rides in the northern Sweden today. We both have Nattåget Norrland that has a stretch between Stockholm in the south to Narvik in the north. We also operate Norrtåg that has 8 different stretches today. It's a stretch between Storlien and Sundsvall, from Umeå to Sundsvall, and Vännäs to Umeå, and Lycksele to Umeå, and Luleå, Umeå, or Kiruna, Luleå, Luleå, Boden, and Haparanda, Luleå. So in the total, you can say that VAE II is the largest train operator north of Umeå today. And the trends that we see today is after Corona, we see increased interest in visiting northern Sweden. We get a lot of questions about people that want to travel to the north of Sweden from different countries because they see the beautiful nature, they see the possibility to have a unique experience, and they also see the possibility to have plenty of space. They see that they want to experience nature before bigger cities right now due to after Corona. And we can say that despite Corona, during this time, we have had a large number of foreign tourists traveling with Nattåget Norrland. This summer, we had a lot of tourists coming from Europe, especially from France, Spain, England, Germany, and Netherlands, and they see that they have an increased interest to travel to the north of Sweden. And we also want to talk a little bit about how to travel to and from Europe today. We can see that the interest to choose the train is growing. A lot of people want to do a climate smart journey, and therefore the train is a good example. And they also see that the train ride actually can be a part of the whole experience. We have a stretch between Kiruna and Narvik that is known for having the most beautiful scenery in the world. So a lot of people actually want to take the train just to experience these sceneries. So that is also a good thing. Though we see a lot of challenges also today to actually be able to book the train to go with, because it's still pretty difficult to book a complete trip on your own. Often you need to visit several platforms. You can't just log on to one platform to book a journey from, for example, Paris to Stockholm and to Kiruna. It's kind of, you need to have a lot of knowledge to actually complete such a booking. So the thing that we do to offer international connections, it's hard to get the whole booking system. So the thing that we do is that we have a website in English that we can spread to our travelers so they can find the information. And we are also promising that on this website you can find all Swedish train range and also buses, so you can make your whole journey in Sweden. And we also try to collaborate with a company called Fjord Tours that is located in Norway. So they can actually package the whole routes because they have connections to different companies and train ride companies. So that is also a possibility to book the whole tour from them instead. We also try to make the experience as good as possible for our foreign customers, and we want to work a lot with that the experience is actually going to begin at the train. We have all the communication both on the train and in all our information folders and stuff like that. We have it in both Swedish and English. All our food in the restaurant on Nattåget Norrland is actually prepared from scratch from fresh ingredients that is made in Luleå. And the food that we have or serve it's supposed to be inspired from the route that we are traveling. So we have both charcuteries, tray that is based on delicacies from northern Sweden, reindeer stew, and also sour milk with cloudberries, for example, so that you can actually taste the north of Sweden on your way there. We also have collaborations with a small brewery called Bottenviken, and we also that have a really nice IPA that is supposed to feel the touch of Bottenviken. We have in our cabins on the train, we also try to get a feel of as comfortable as possible. So we have real doublets and pillows in all the compartments, both sleeping and couchette compartments, so that you will have as comfortable journey as possible. And we also work a lot with our destinations today. We try to inspire and collaborate as much as possible and try to inspire our customers to actually show where they are going. We want to have a close collaboration with our destinations, because a lot of questions that we get from our travelers is actually, what can I experience in the north of Sweden? We know that we want to go there, but we want the help to actually see what we can experience. So we try on our homepage, for example, we try to get a smörgåsbord of all our destinations and what you actually can see and do and at these destinations. In our social media channels, we also try to show what you can experience and get our customers to get inspired of what you can actually experience in the north of Sweden. And also on the train, the picture in the right below, you can see our tables in the restaurant. Right now we have a collaboration with the Icehotel that has actually made images on all our tables that are telling the story about Icehotel. So that's a few of the collaborations that we have today. So if anybody is interested in talking to our travelers in some way, we are glad to help with that. So then it's only to contact me or anyone else at VTOG, and we will help you to do that. So that's a short presentation of VTOG and what we are doing to help our travelers to get to the north of Sweden. So if I will leave some room for some question if you have something that you are wondering about.
Thank you, Marie. Very interesting, and I see that there is space for collaboration in this region with VAE, definitely, and we can help you to convince international clients to come to this area. I have one question, but before that, do we have in audience anyone who want to ask from Marie something? Yeah, okay. Marie, do you know these international clients? What is the segment? Are they young? Are they premium clients? Who are they?
Yeah, we have two segments where we both have these premium clients that they often take the train ride in one direction and fly the other direction just to actually experience the scenery outside the window. But I think the most of our clients are in the age range of 30 to 50 years old, and they often travel without kids. So it's often couples in the middle age that want to experience the nature. And they are a bit more high end. It's not like in Sweden, a lot of our customers they come with tent and hiking shoes and stuff like that, and they actually want to live in the nature. Our foreign customers, they want to have it a little more convenient. They want to take the train to be able to see the scenery outside, and actually from a climate perspective as well, they want to do a climate smart travel through Europe, but they want to have a more convenient travel. So they want to actually pre-book hotels, they want to have a pre-booked experience. They don't maybe they don't want to do this one-day hikes. They want to have a little bit easier experiences that are more prepared. So that's a challenge for us to be able to recommend the destinations and inspire our customers, because a lot of questions that we get, they want it easier. They want actually a package, or they wanted to have it more served. For example, I'm going to take the train here and here and here, and these are the things that I'm going to do at these places. So they want to have an easier suggestion on where they're going to go and what they're going to do at these places.
Yeah. Thank you, Mari. Today we have already heard that, for example, in UK there is increasing amount of the people who want to choose train instead of flight. If we think about train connection from London all the way to Luleå or Haparanda, do you know the route all the way, and is there anything any bottlenecks or how are the connections?
Yeah, we have some connection, but I think the biggest problem right now is actually for clients to be able to book the whole way by themselves, for example, because there is no website, or we are all the train companies are actually in different booking systems. So we don't have this natural site like flygresor.se or a site like that is gathering all different routes. But I think one stretch that is more difficult than others is through up to Europe through Denmark and that way, because we have a lot of rebuilding stretches there that are needing a lot of service. So I know that there are a lot of trains that are waiting to get routes in these sections.
Okay, yeah. So as there is no combined reservation system yet, then the cooperation also with delivery chain, with the tour operators and travel agents are much appreciated to give comprehensive solutions for clients. So here we have Clive from Discover the World, who is clapping her hands in this position. Okay, thank you, Mari. If there is no any further questions to Mari, we'll let you go. Thank you for coming, and thank you for this very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go further, and now we come already to this Visit Arctic Europe area, and we will hear Trond, Arne, Kongsli from the Arctic route, Bushring, and here is good opportunity to give big thanks to Trond, Arne, about this cooperation since 2018, and you have been the spider in the net, and you have invested and you have took the risk to make this all happen. So thank you for that. Stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Rauno. Okay, hi there, everybody. My name is, as Rauno said, Trond Arne Kongsli. I'm from Tromsø, based in Tromsø, and I'm here representing the Arctic route. Those who are paying my wages are actually Bushring, which is a small bus company up in Tromsø. So I will tell you a little bit about the future, what we have thought about the future for the Arctic route. But in order to do so, I have to tell you a little bit about the history, the background, why we actually started the Arctic route. So what is the Arctic route? It's all about connecting. It's all about connecting people to you, or connecting cities to one another, and connecting countries to one another. That's what the Arctic route is about. It's all about connecting the Arctic experiences. So the background, before I go into that, I was a little bit disappointed of Susanne this morning. She showed this map with a circle of all the airlines in a circle, and Northern Norway was not there. And as you see down here, also due to the light, Tromsø is bigger than all the other airports together. So this is figure from 2018, which actually says why we actually started up the Arctic route. The amount of travelers coming in to Tromsø was huge, and the amount of activities which were based close to Tromsø was not that many. So there was a big opportunity for us to put up routes to bring people out of Tromsø out to activity vendors outside of Tromsø. And that was why we established the Arctic route with some funding from Innovation Norway in 2016. And we started up, for the first year, we started up 2 routes, which was Tromsø-Lyngen, towards the Lyngen area, the Lyngen Peninsula, and then Tromsø-Narvik, Tromsø. And the Tromsø-Narvik had also had a connection with the incoming night train from Stockholm to Narvik. So there was an opportunity actually for going from Stockholm on the evening the day before, ending up in Tromsø at around 6 o'clock the day after, 24 hours later, without airlines. So that was what we actually did. I don't remember the figures exactly for the first year, but we started up and we made it possible for activity vendors outside of Tromsø and accommodation providers outside of Tromsø to get their guests from Tromsø, the hub. Tromsø is the largest hub in the Arctic region, whatever if you look to who else, but it is. And it was important for us to bring those people out of Tromsø. So we made an opportunity, and it's all about making the Arctic region more accessible for our guests. But with that name, the Arctic route, we have to look beyond the borders, because Arctic is much more than just Northern Norway. So I think it was in the workshop in Luleå in 2018, I, for the first time, saw the presentation or had got a presentation from Phase 1 in Visit Arctic Europe, where there had been a study about the lack of cross-border transportation in between the countries. And that sort of caught my interest. So we start discussing with the Arctic route team, and they actually was so nice that they offered a project with funding of market activities so that we could market the Arctic route. And to make it that discussions short, there was a back and forth and some bumps on the road, but we managed to end up that in December 1st, 2019, the Arctic route concept as it was by now, it was not 2 routes, it was more like a concept, consists of 6 different routes covering a large part of the Arctic region. And those who were involved in the Arctic route there was a collaboration between Bussring, why do I say Bussring? It's called Bussring, my company, and Eskelisen Lappinlinjat and SJ, Statens Järnvägar, i början. Og det da var fra desember 2020, så var det da Vy som skulle ta over denne strekningen. Oh, sorry. And from December 2020, it was Vy who was about to take over this stretch from, as Marie has told you, from that. So the route network was like this. We had 6 routes, one from Tromsø to Narvik, which was the original one, and one from Tromsø to Lyngen. And there was one from Tromsø to Rovaniemi, which was a collaboration between Eskelisen and Lappinlinjat. We also started with going down from Hetta down to Alta. We stopped that just after Christmas in 2020 due to the fact that there was no sustainable to do it. There were no passengers, so it was almost empty buses every day. So we stopped. We had a route from Rovaniemi to Luleå, which was operated by Eskelisen Lappinlinjat, and there was a collaboration with SJ and now Vy about the stretch from Luleå to Kiruna and Narvik. So this was, we like to call it, Northern Europe's largest roundabout. We established. And all these stretches were bookable through our site, thearcticroute.com. but not as a combined booking. As Marie told you, especially in the train world, booking system is a mess because they are using so many different kind of systems. So you had to, but you could actually get into the arcticroute.com and plan your trip and book your tickets from there. But you have to sort of move back and forth between different kind of booking systems. So it's getting better every season, but so we opened up December 1st, 2019, and despite that this was a new route from Tromsø to Rovaniemi, and it went quite well. It went quite well. The first season in total in this system, and then I don't know the figures for Luleå and Narvik, but for the rest, around 16,000 guests, travelers on these routes. So we were bold, we were happy, and we were bragging about it, and we were, oh, this is good. And what happened? Everything got black. And we were told to stay away from each other. How could you do any kind of transportation? How could you do anything? So first weeks after the 13th of March, Friday the 13th of March, when Norway closed down, we sort of saved our asses, so to say, to get all cancellations done and everything. And then we went into a sort of a sipping mode for 22 seconds. And then we start thinking about what next? What could be next? What could be Arctic Route 3.0? What could be the post-corona Arctic Route? And we start working with that. And we made an application to Innovation Norway. I got quite a lot of funding for developing a new route or a new route system. And we call it the Arctic Route 3.0. We actually launched, I don't have it on this, I could have shown you, but I had to make my presentation to give to Michael yesterday, and actually yesterday evening we launched our new website, the arcticroute.com. So please visit that if you like, and give us feedback. But we will start looking into new routes. We have already started to discuss some new routes alternatives before the corona. What we ended up with was that there was a lot of tour operators actually asking for Alta as a connection, as a destination, because Alta is a beautiful place, isn't it, Katja? For sure it is, and it has a lot of nice things to offer, but one main problem with Alta is they don't have that many flight connections. So tour operators very much liked to move people from Tromsø to Alta or from Finnish Lapland to Alta, but there was not that many connections. And the route that we had through Finland down to Alta, it was too long. It took 12 hours, something like that. So they were actually asking for a route along the coast. So we have established that. It will start up in 10 days' time, the 1st of December. It will start with a route, daily departures from Tromsø towards Alta, and on the same way back. Due to the demand which is created by the great mammals, the whales, we also have opened a route, a whale route. We call it a whale route by Arctic Route. It's just a seasonal route, which is actually operating just now when the whales are present up in the north of Troms County. So we every morning at 5:30, yes, we go from Tromsø towards Skjervøy. We have five or six companies using the bus, filling up the bus with their guests. They come to Skjervøy and then they go out by rib boats or sailing boats or whatever other kind of boats onto the ocean. It's been quite a success. We have, I think it's around 20 in average every day, back and forth so far, and it's building up. The season is building up. We have been looking into Rovaniemi-Kirkenes. We actually have the permit to start up the route, so it's just starting it up. And we have also now come into discussions and talks with somebody from Finland. I don't remember the name by the time, but they are discussing especially how to connect Utsjoki to Ivalo, the airport. There are no good connections. So we are in talks with the locals who also is doing this kind of things. And Levi, Kiruna, Narvik, Evenes, Lofoten is a very interesting leg, and is a very much asked for by tour operators. How to connect Finland, Sweden, and also Vesterålen and the Lofoten. So we are looking into that, and that it might be that we will start that this summer, that one. But the Rovaniemi-Kirkenes, that is almost certain that we will start up this summer, upcoming summer, because we have demands for that, combining sea and land. And also, I will go straight to this, but we work together with others to introduce new and interesting products and features to our guests. We wish that those visiting the Arctic route could be able to also book the reason to come, not just transportation, especially for FITs. They could book their accommodation, they could book their tour, for instance, from Tromsø to Skjervøy to watch the whales and that kind of thing. And what is in purple there is that we also want to become a fully integrated sales and booking platform. It's a kind of pink wish, but let's hope. There are somebody here that we can talk to about it. So I'm very interested to hear what we can do, what we can learn from tomorrow. So, and there is also a Arctic Route 4.0, and we will, during very short now, we will start with the launch of a route developing program, where we will go into dialogue with tour operators, with airline companies, with boat companies, with train companies, and others to see how can we develop this Arctic route infrastructure together. So we are talking to other bus companies. We are talking to boat companies. There is no secret, but that there are on the coast of Norway. You have Hurtigruten, and you also have Havila Kystruten, which will start up now just after New Year. So they are interesting. They are interesting to talk to. And airlines, we heard Eurowings and their answer from the question from Jeroen. There is some interesting things going on there. We are also talking to other airlines. And we also do know for sure that, as we learned earlier this morning, Signe from Copenhagen had booked a flight through Air France, but that was not a flight. This was actually a train ride. So airline companies are also thinking of how to combine both airlines, trains, and buses in order to make this a more complete stay, a more complete ride, or a complete travel. Yes, and we will also start further develop the activities by Arctic Route and the tours by Arctic Route concept. We are working on hop-on, hop-off tickets, so you can get a sort of a seasonal tickets. No, that's not, but you can get a ticket you can buy a ticket for 3 days or a week, and then you can hop on and hop off as you like. The challenge by that is we do need to know when you're coming back, when you're hopping off and hopping on the bus again, because we need to know if it's full. It would be very, very devastating to stand on a place in Palaiuensu entering the bus and the bus is full. that would be a disaster. So that's a challenge. And also work together with others to build intelligent itinerary builder for our guests on behalf of on top of the Arctic route. And it's been a lot of talk about sustainability here. The Arctic route, we have a sort of a goal for ourselves that we should be carbon neutral in 2025. We could, as it is by now, we cannot be carbon free because there aren't any vehicles which we can use which would make our sort of say business carbon free. But we are aiming toward carbon neutral in 2025. And I do believe, I'm telling you a secret now, I haven't put it on slide, but I do believe that we will be a first bus operator which will offer their clients the ability to buy them out of the carbon, sort of say, issue. So we have an agreement now on the way with the same company as, for instance, Norwegian, Lonely Planet, and others are using. So we will have that opportunity going. I'm not sure actually when. I will very much would like to have that implemented by the start of the route in December 1st, but it's not possible. So, why do we do this? We strongly believe that the Arctic region has a lot more to offer its guests than just the big tourist destinations like Tromsø, Rovaniemi, Kiruna. You can say Haparanda as well, but there's a lot of activity vendors and accommodation providers outside of the big hubs, which are interesting. And we strongly believe that the tourism environmentally friendly way want to explore a bigger part of Arctic and experience both the magic of the tundra and the Swedish Lapland and also the rough coast of northern Norway. And we strongly believe that it's wise to focus on what you are best in the making of exceptional products. Don't deal with transportation if that is not your main business, even though transportation is the facilitator. Without transport, without the ability to bring people from A to B to you, there will be no travel industry. There will be no business. And we strongly believe that the Arctic route is the best way to explore the Arctic. Should be sound, but this is a short bragging video that we made. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Trond, Arne. Do we have any questions or comments to Trond, Arne? I remember the first month in 2019, it was December, and we got already more than 50 tour operators booked bus tickets from this route. So as we find out in our study and analysis in VAE I, there was really demand for such a service, and I truly encourage and hope that you will make this all plans to happen, as I think that it's good business in the future, but it's also serve the clients as they want to travel in the region. Good luck with everything. Okay, we got a strong wish from you guys, and that we leave the space for mingling and discussing, that we discuss together, and we have done so. We will now concentrate to cool, fun, and educative roundtable discussions. And we have here Ella Jonsson from a company called Tromb, and she will lead us to this discussion, how we will do it, and all practicalities. Welcome, Ella.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation. I have a presentation. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. This is what we are going to aim at this afternoon. My name is Ella Jonsson. I work as a business digital developer. Digital business developer, I think it's called. It's difficult to keep the words in the right order. I do a lot of facilitating for our clients. Tromb is a tech company, so we work a lot with the digital systems and digital strategies for our clients. And to help our clients move forward and thinking all those new innovative thoughts, we use a lot of different methods. And today I'm going to guide you through a method called a lightning decision jam. We didn't invent it ourselves. Google Venture did. And it's a totally open source method. And I ask you to sort of be very observant and think about the different steps that we move through, because you can actually take this method and use it yourself at your company. It's very easy. You don't have to run through all the different steps that we do, and I will give you some heads up on where you can stop the method. It's a method where we work a lot individual. It's not about brainstorming. It's a very structured method to avoid brainstorming. Because, you know, brainstorming and lots of ideas that flies out of our mouth, it's not always that innovative and, what do you call it? I just lost the word. Anyway, I'm not going to be, can we just look at this? This is the main focus. I will repeat this because we will do this upstairs in the restaurant. So the focus that we are going to have in the back of our minds is our common future in the Visit Arctic Europe region. How do we successfully evolve and move forward 2022 and beyond? And I will guide you through the different steps that we are going to use. We can move forward. This is the method. Every group, there will be 5 different groups. I prepared 5 different stations upstairs. Every group has their own sailboat. We are going to think about what is moving us forward, what is making us sail across the ocean, and we are going to focus a lot under the surface and think about what is holding us back and what is sort of stopping us from making great success out there. I will give you more instructions when we come upstairs. We can move on to the next slide. So look at the screen, find your name and the group number that you are going to find upstairs. Every group has their own table. There is a little goodie bag on the table, and the goodie bag is filled with great candy that a process leader and a facilitator, as myself, things that I love. Post-its, pens, voting dots, those fantastic things that makes great ideas at the end. So, do you see your names here? Is it it looks as if I have a bad upplösning, or what do you say? Can you find your names? Great. And my colleague, Johanna, is going to lead and take care of the digital part, the people that are joining us digitally. So she will lead a lightning decision jam in Miro. So we will gather a lot of ideas, and we will focus on the future. So let's meet upstairs.
Okay, was it cool, fun, and educative? And you have now solved the coming season challenges and every one of those. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we have today discussed about future trends. We have heard about market situation. We have heard about accessibility. Have you noticed which has come out in all speeches? Sustainability. It has come so important in this tourism, and it's what I have understood, it comes more and more important. So that's why I am very happy that now we have, as the last speech today, Bård Jervan here from Mimir, and he will sum up about what is the now new trends and status of sustainability in tourism. And Bård has been involved in Visit Arctic Europe 2 from very beginning, and he and his team has carried out all activities we have done under the sustainability. So I'm very happy and honored to invite Bård on the stage. Can you hear us, Bård?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Bård. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. I'm sorry for not being able to be there, but I'm in a workshop with Innovation Norway now talking about sustainability in tourism.
Okay, this is your agenda. And what we have, as you most probably heard what I said, we have heard in all our speeches today, there has been something about sustainability. So you are very welcome and tell us more about this important issue. Stage is your, Bård.
Thank you. Yes, I will talk about sustainability, but I will use the new Norwegian tourism strategy as a platform for my talk today, because this strategy is trying to cover all aspects of sustainability that we are facing in the tourism industry right now. So you can see my screen now. You can see my presentation. Henka, can they see my slides now?
Yes, they can.
Yeah, okay. So we have been working for the last 2 years with a new Norwegian national tourism strategy. It's called Big Impact, Small Footprint, and it's based on a perspective that sustainability is not something that we can negotiate on anymore. It's a platform for how we develop tourism. This strategy was formed through a process where we involved about 500 stakeholders, businesses, local authorities, different state agencies, and we formed a strategy which is called, you can see in the slide, what we call it's from the tourism industry to the government. And it was delivered in April, May this year, and it has become the platform for how to develop tourism in Norway for the next 10 years. And I'll tell you a little bit about the discussions, what we are aiming at, how we view different aspects on how to develop the tourism further in Norway. And I think that's something that you should know about as well, also in our neighboring countries. I think this will frame the discussion about sustainability. We did choose to have a holistic perspective on how we should develop tourism in the future. That means that we are talking about the companies, the industry itself, we are talking about the guests, but we are also talking about the local communities. So the understanding is that there is in the middle, I'm sorry for that being in Norwegian, but it means that we have to have a visitor management. We have to take care of the resources. We have to take care of all our destinations. That's in the middle. And then around is its companies, its guests, but not at least local communities. And when we started this work, we also got some signals, so to say, from OECD. They said that the future of tourism all over Europe need to take more into consideration what kind of tourism do the local communities want, what kind of tourism do they want to support, and what kind of tourism aligns with their sizes, their capacity. So that's also sustainability, because we need, when we look at the sustainability goals, the SDGs, they also have this perspective on the local communities wanting tourism as something that will enrich their local societies, create workplaces, and give jobs to people. So we think that this holistic perspective is very important when we talk about tourism for the future. And then we also looked at what will be the deep drivers that will affect and form tourism for the next 10 years. And one of them is the digitalization of everything. It goes on. I will not pay much attention to that, but you know it happens everywhere around us. And tourism is very much a part of what happens with the digital development in all our societies. And then, of course, it's COVID-19. And then in the middle as well, sustainability and the green shift. And these are, when we say that these are deep drivers, the definition of a deep driver is that something you cannot avoid, you cannot choose not to consider what will happen with these aspects. You need to face them, you need to deal with them, you need to have a strategy for that. So sustainability and the green shift was something that we implemented in the thinking when we formed the strategy. I was part of the team that, because this strategy was kind of asked for by the minister, the previous minister, and then they gave the job to Innovation Norway to facilitate a process creating this new national strategy. And I was invited to be part of the team for doing this work. We did it through the period of COVID-19. We used about 1 year to form this strategy. And now, also as a result of this, this month, during the Glasgow gathering, there was also an initiative from the Glasgow negotiations about the future to have this declaration on climate action in tourism. And this, together with Bente Holm, who is the director of tourism in Innovation Norway, a lot of you may know her. The guy on the picture is the new minister for tourism and trade and industry in Norway. And he held a speech at this event in Glasgow when Norway signed this declaration. And he said, the future needs to be green. We need to develop tourism as an important sector for Norway. When oil will be less important in the future, tourism and other industries will be more important. And he said that, yes, we want to develop it. We want to take all of Norway in use, as they say. We want to develop tourism all over Norway. but it needs to be green. But at the same time, we want it to be export. We want to develop Norway's potential in the international markets, but we need to take into consideration that we are also committed to the Paris goals. We need to get the emissions from down by 50% before 2030. So we also looked at other initiatives around the future of tourism, stating that tourism in the future needs to be part of the green shift. And this is very important because of COVID-19, there is this huge, as you know, setback in international tourism, but it's also the opportunity to build back better, to build back smarter, to do something with the situation. Probably Signe has talked about this earlier today as well. There is an open window now to change the future of tourism. At the same time, there is a lot of businesses who has been suffering a lot because of COVID-19. Anyway, it's very important that when we build back, we need to think about these perspectives as well. And the new Norwegian minister is very clear about this. So this strategy was launched before he became the new minister, but he has confirmed that this strategy will also be a platform for the new government in the future. The goals that we have created in this strategy is we need to increase the value creation, the profitability, and more jobs. We need to increase the ripple effects around the sector. The ripple effects are how the consume is spread to other businesses, to retail shopping, to cultural institutions, to museums. So we want to increase that. We want to have a development of tourism that gives as good as possible effects for the local value creation and for all kinds of businesses involved or related in Norway. And we also want to increase the guest satisfaction for priority target groups. That means that we also know that Norway is an expensive country. We need to have focus on how we please, how we deliver, how we make the future tourists satisfied, and also have an increased number of repeat guests. That's also part of the goal picture. And then also we have this goal that I talked about as part of the holistic perspective. We want tourism to be a valuable industry for building the future in Norway. That means that we want tourism to support and be part of the development of attractive local communities with happy residents. And this is something that we can see in different countries now, coming up as a part of the sustainability issue, that we need to develop a kind of tourism that pleases the local societies and in a way that they also feel happy about the tourism and want to work there, want it to be part of their local life. And then one arrow needs to go the other way. We need at the same time to bring down the climate footprint. And then this is also the discussion in the strategy workshop which I am attending right now, is that how do we make all these four arrows go up and at the same time brings the climate footprint down. And that gives us a lot of dilemmas. I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Because if what we are discussing now is what we call climate smart market development, because 75% of the carbon emissions from tourism is the travel to and from the destinations, and 25% is at the destinations. In Norway, we have this label called sustainable destination. There's a lot of work going on within the destinations now in order to bring this 25% down. Also, a lot of the restaurants, the hotels, the hotel chains, all of them are focusing on how they can do their part of the job. But anyway, there is a need for bringing down the emissions from the travel to and from. And you probably have discussed that already today. I've not haven't been able to follow you, but I have seen some of the presentations or the headlines of the presentations. So I understand that this is something that you have discussed as well. And the challenge in this is that how do we discuss this? How do we know what is climate smart market development? So in this strategy, we are working with what we call a climate calculator, a climate smart calculator called CO Tourism, that could show what, if we are to have emissions, yes, we need to bring the emissions down. At the same time, we need to look at the other aspects. What is the potential value creation? What kind of development will lift the other arrows that I showed you in the goals? Because there is a trade-off between, yes, we need to reduce the emissions, but at the same time, we want to develop a tourism industry that also is giving workplaces, creating value creation. So then again, within this picture, it's possible to choose markets with lower emissions, but at the same time, they give a good value creation effect. I know it's probably difficult for you to see this consumption and the figures in the chart on the right side, but the thing now is to say to you that we want to have this calculator in order to have better dialogue with the tourism stakeholders, the businesses, a better tool for showing results, and also for how to prioritize different markets, because this is something connected to both where do we find these markets? Are they in Northern Europe? Are they in Southern Europe? Do we still want to develop overseas markets, domestic markets? So what the calculator, even at this stage, it's kind of a manual calculator, but it can show you that, for instance, some markets, there is a better balance between the emissions and the value creation on land in Norway. So this is a tool that will be used in the future in order to have more precise discussions about how to develop the best kind of tourism, where we both deal with the climate issue and the need for the other aspects of sustainability, the need for a sustainable value creation and effects on land. So this is something, and if you are curious about which the third line is the best one, it's in fact the UK market. It has the best balance between the emissions and the effects, the value creation effects in Norway. So there is also what can you do? What is possible to do while we are waiting for greener transport? There is a lot of talk about electric flights, electric airplanes. There will be a lot of things happening in the transportation sector the next 10 years as well. But anyway, to get started, because it's not possible to wait until 2030 with bringing down the emissions. The ambition in the Norwegian strategy is a 10% reduction in the emissions from the tourism sector every year from now on. And then it's possible to do something already now. That's something that we have discussed today as well. How can you encourage more green transport to and from the destinations where that is an option? We know also in Visit Arctic Europe, the region, it's going to be airplanes in the future as well, and it needs to be airplanes tomorrow as well. But anyway, it's also a possibility to encourage green transport. There is a train system all the way up north and so on. So this is something it's possible for you to work with. Also, of course, look for target groups in countries that lives as a target group that lives closer. When the new Norwegian strategy was launched in May, the former minister gave Innovation Norway, or Visit Norway, 20 million Norwegian kroner to develop what they call export markets closer to Norway. That means in the Nordic countries, in Northern and Central Europe, in order to look for target groups that could come to Norway with a lower emission than, for instance, overseas markets. So that will be a part of the discussion in Norway now. How can we develop these new markets and people will, from these markets, people will also have more options. They can go by car in the future as well, by electric cars. They can go by train. They can go by plane. They can also combinations with ferries and so on. And the other thing that you probably have been discussing already is to facilitate for longer stays. And that means also discussions with tour operators about this. How can we encourage the tourists, the guests, to take longer stays because it shows in the calculator, the longer the stay are, the better it is. And also more base holidays, that you go one place and you stay there and you take day excursions, or you have a more complete offering in the near surrounding. That also gives lower emissions. And then, so it's something about offerings with more experiences, more things to see, to do, to experience in fewer trips should be also an aim for the future. Because that doesn't affect the value creation on land, it only affects the transportation. And also this focus on value and not volume. And this is also a discussion that we have in Norway about how can we get a higher value creation from all of the guests that we are targeting, so that it's the high yield, low impact approach to market development. So these are things that we discuss right now in order to also look for things that you can start doing now without waiting for some technological innovation. There is also a situation now that is possible to do something with, and there is some new tools coming up now, because there is what we call now the behavior intention gap. That means that people that you see on the left side of the picture, they know that they should be more sustainable in their daily life. They know that they should be more sustainable when they are tourists or live their lives. But also, it's sometimes difficult to get from, yes, I know, we know, but we don't do. We know that we should do it, And then this is called, in psychology, it's called the cognitive dissonance. We know, but we don't do. And then there could be different ways of things that affects this. The context. It's something mental. It's difficult to change habits. It's difficult to. When you're in a society, there will be. It's something about your surroundings. Do they stimulate you, or they say, yes, we can talk about the sustainability tomorrow. Now we need a vacation. We need to go somewhere. Let's talk about it later. So sometimes people don't get these messages that now it's time to go from knowing it to doing something about it. And it's also this physical situation. It's about accessibility, and it's also about the situation when we are on holiday. We want to we want to leave our daily lives at home, and we don't want to be bothered with all these issues about sustainability. There's a lot of things that keeps us from not doing what we know that we should do. I'm telling you this because there is something coming up now. It's called behavior design. It's also sometimes explained as nudging for green, that you could give people, you can make it easier for people to choose the greener alternative, the more sustainable alternative. We can see that, and this is sometimes referred to as using what we call default mechanisms. What are the default options? What are the default choice? And there's a lot of power in default. Austrian tour operator, they said that, okay, we know that the flight from this tour that you're doing will have some emissions. We want you to pay 20 euros extra, so we could support some tree planting or some efforts to reduce the carbon emissions somewhere. And then they realized that only 5% did this because it was optional. And then they changed it, and they said, we have added 20 euros on the price of this trip because we take for granted that you want to do a carbon offset for the consequences of your flight. And but if you don't want to, it's possible to tell us, and we'll withdraw the 20 euros from your bill. And then almost 100% they do this carbon offset. So it shows the power of when something is default. And it's also, you can do the same with a car rental company. You could, for instance, give your customers cheaper insurance if they rent an electric car than a fossil fueled one. Or I think that in Norway we'll see that quite soon, that electric cars will be default. If you don't ask for anything else, you'll automatically get an electric car when you rent a car, and you have to ask for a fossil fueled one. That is, and then the number of electric cars rented out the numbers will raise significantly immediately. A lot of science shows this power of default. And also, you can see, for instance, in Werfenweng in Austria, they say that if you go with green transportation to our destination, you get a special offer. You get a green card where you can hire an electric car, electric bike, electric, very cheap while you stay at the destination as a reward for having a green transportation from your home to the destination. So there's a lot of things you can facilitate for, also in order to help people with this lack of going from we know we should do it, but we don't do it. So this nudging for green perspective is something that we'll see a lot more of in the future, and it's possible for you to start thinking about how you can make the most sustainable offering that you have, the default one, the one that you want people to choose. So to sum it all up, the main goals in this strategy is to enhance value creation in the industry, to help create jobs all over the country, to help also at the same time help Norway to become a low emission society, and help to make communities attractive with happy residents, and deliver such outstanding customer value that customers are more willing to pay and make repeat purchases. And with this platform, Norway is now discussing how we can go further with this, because there is a lot of dilemmas in this. There is a lot of discussions about how we do this. I've just given you an overview now, and also talked a little bit about some concrete things that you can do that comes into the arena now by this nudging for green perspective. So that was what I had planned to talk to you about today. So Rana, I'm finished now. So if there are any questions or something, I can answer them. But this is what I had prepared for you today.
Do we have any questions or comments in audience in this stage? Well, I have one issue in my mind. As most probably you remember that before COVID, we brought up this sustainability development in your units as a very important issue, and 80% of all companies in VAE committed to make sustainable development in the project time. You made evaluation in your units. What has been done? What is your level in sustainability? And you set the goals also to develop during the project time. Of course, now it's very, we understand that this COVID has changed the priorities. But as we have learned today, the sustainability is seen among the final consumers, and in all trends shows that it becomes more and more important also from business development wise. So I want to remind you that this, if you have still these papers and notes and all this stuff you made before COVID, that you would look them through, and I encourage you all to concentrate and you decide what you're going to do. No one will come and say what you have to do, but you should decide what you can still do in this situation. And of course, now after 18 months, no income, no clients, there is different priorities, but still I encourage you to look also this. Do you have, Bård, something to add on this?
No, I think, like you say, it's important. And that's why I brought back this slide with 75% is the travel to and from. So that, and then last time we talked a lot about what can you do within your business, what can you do at the destination level, and it's still important to work with this 25%. And the things that you could do within your own business in order to make your own business more sustainable, and work with the things that we have discussed previously as well. But I think that the new thing, that what is happening now, that there will be an increased focus on this 75%, the travel to and from, because it has so, and because we have a much bigger discussion about the climate change now, and the effects of the climate change, that we need also to address this 75% more consciously now, because it is not enough with only working with improvements at the destinations. there need to be a discussion about the travel to and from as well.
Okay. Well, we will return to you in April, May, and we will ask from you that what have you done? Have you done something? And it's up to you totally. We don't give any other pressure than this friendly reminder and encourage. But now, once more, thank you, Bård, for your very comprehensive and detail level information. It looks that Norway is doing very, you are forerunner in many sense as a national level in this work. So congratulations in that work.
Thank you for that. It has...
Hope to see you soon, Bård.
Yes, I hope to see you next time. There is that we should meet again in, you said April, May. I hope that COVID-19 is far gone then, so we could meet again, and I'll be with you then.
Thank you, Bård. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Maikku asked, or not ask, she doesn't ask anything to me, she command me to keep this sum up very, very short, that there is enough time to prepare for dinner and evening. So I sum up this day by saying thank you guys here on the spot and online people also there behind the screens. Now we will end the day here, but it continue at 6 o'clock. The coach will come and pick up from front of the Stadshotell, and bus will take us to Kukkola Forsen, which is about 15 minutes from here. And there Johannes Polander will welcome us by giving little introduction about Kukkola Forsen, and then we have a dinner starting at 7 o'clock in the place. And then you have a possibility to stay there after dinner, go around, see the place, see some rooms, and have a sauna if you want. They will provide towels. They have also some swimsuits, yes, if you want to go to the pool or jacuzzi outside, and have a sauna there. But the first coach will depart from the place at 9:30, and those who want to go to sauna, you will have a bus at 11 o'clock. And here we meet again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you guys, have a nice evening, and I hope that you have enjoyed the day. One extra applause to our great event works guys who has made all technical issues today.